Okay, right on. Cool. Man. Well, I guess you can get back to doing whatever you're doing. Whatever that is. Cool. No worries. I just came on here because Rihanna wants to hang out. So she gets to where she actually misses me. So okay. What the hell, man? I'm missing something. Where is my mind? Here it is. Okay. So, what up, y'all? Just going through some coils here. See what's worth keeping. And what we're going to toss. That's decent. What's going on? I like your hair. Thanks, I grew it myself. I'm right now I'm going through some coils that I wrapped, and I'm not happy with all of them because I'm a perfectionist, and little tiny inconsistencies are enough to drive me crazy and make me want to toss them. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going through this little pile of coils that I've made, and I'm gonna throw away anything that isn't perfect. So that's what I'm doing. But they are made with wires so fine that sometimes it's hard to see the inconsistencies. All right, Carol, just kind of show you what I'm talking about here. But wait. See, there's one right down here. See that little mess up that we got going on there? It doesn't look perfect down there. And the rest of the coil's okay. There's a little bit of ness over there, but I don't know. Now, something like this is a different type of coil, but it's pretty solid. So that's what I'm doing. And while I'm doing this, I'm waiting for some packages to arrive. And yeah, I'm just killing some time, you know. Nothing special right now. So yeah, sure, I don't care. Yeah, she seems cool, you know. I don't know her but she um okay. Yeah, I'm down, Um, she hasn't really she's only been coming here so long, right? But you know her better than I do. And so far she hasn't really done anything that's like, okay, this chick's, what the fuck was that? Did you see? No, I don't think you would have seen that. Dude, like 5 feet away from me, in the center of a room, a bright light flashed. Did you see it on the camera? It was just, oof. What was weird is, like I can see it out of my peripheral here, right? The light didn't go onto the wall, because I can see that shit too. And it didn't go onto the floor. It was just this blip. And it was quick. That tripped me out. But anyway, yeah, you share away. I it's no problem. She seems all right. All right, you're a piece of shit. So we're gonna toss you away. Be back in a bit. Again. Okay. Cool. No worries. I'll see you when I see you. Maybe by then, Riri will be in here, and you guys can girl out. All right, well, that's to be determined. Hi. Number one wife. Can you guess who I am? Yes. In fact, I know who you are. But, um, I'm busy. a little too close to my damn face. Unless you can't even see what the hell I'm doing. You know? You know. That one's to be determined. Let's look at you. You've seen I've gotten a little more cheerful. Huh. Um, I don't know, man. I'm like this all the time. You know, maybe you stumbled in when I was talking about something that kind of gets under my skin or something. But I couldn't place a finger on what you saw before. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I can get passionate about certain things, not over the top crazy, you know, but you know, where I start like talking loud and clapping with my hands when I speak and all kinds of stupid shit. But you know, you're sick. Well, that's no good. Unless you like to be sick, then that's perfect. But I'm guessing you don't. Garbage. Garbage. This goes over here into the trash pile. Trash. I do, because I get to stay home from school, sleep more, and get treated like royalty. So, you know, here's the thing. If you were actually sick, um, none of that extra stuff would actually matter. I find that kids, um, they, you know, all the extra stuff that you just mentioned, the staying home and from school and sleep more and all those other things. Sure. Um, you don't get treated like royalty at the hospital. If you were at the hospital, you'd know that. Um, I've been to the hospital many times. Um, they're doing their job. You know, like some of them really care about what they're doing. They're compassionate and they care about what they're doing. But a lot of them look at it like you look at going to school. You know, they don't want to do it. Um, uh, well, you say your hospital is great. Um, well, I don't know. I'll have to take what you say with a grain of salt. Um, because you've already mentioned that you're in school. Right. These are your words. And that means that you're young. And you might not know any better. Nothing against you, you know. You know, I was young too and thought I knew, but then I got older and realized back then I did not know a damn thing. Even when I thought I did, and people said that I didn't, and it upset me because I was convinced. You know how. Well, maybe you don't know how it goes. People might, when I talk to people my age, they know how it goes. Because they've all been through it. But, you know. Brown chicken, brown cow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, man. Let's pull one off on this side. Pull one off on this side. And see. Alright, I think we can deal with that. I think we can deal with that. Where's my, there we go. Garbage. And garbage. Alright, what's your name? Your name is garbage. Darn it, man. You got all this good coil, right? And then you got this eyesore right in the middle of the damn thing. And it's like, the juice doesn't care. It really doesn't care. And it'll probably vape regardless. But there's a possibility that even if I use the same coil, like say if I'm doing like a double coil build, the inconsistency in this coil, say the other coil's perfect, right? And this coil has this inconsistency in it. there's going to be a difference in ohms, which is going to make it draw different watts or amps. And, they're not going to heat up even. But this is what I'm looking at here. Bloop. There we go. Wait, I gotta turn this thing like that. See that jumbled mess right here? I mean, over here it looks fine, but I got off its path, and which pisses me off. Stupid. So all these are trash. Put those in there. So my wife or the dog or whatever doesn't step on that, and they decide they want to bite me. My wife and the dog decide they want to bite me. I know somebody else would be like, dude, you're tripping over like the tiniest little nothings, but whatever. Whatever. I trip over tiny details. That's why people. I'm not getting into it. That can mess some stuff up. Hey. Well, hi. You go through the comments here. Some little kid came in here and was trying to tell me that they were sick, and they were happy because they got to stay home from school and get treated like royalty. So it's good that they're sick. And I was like, oh, okay, right on, that's great. It's like, maybe you're sick, maybe you're not. Maybe you just want to stay home from school. So then they started like telling me that they were at the hospital, like as proof that they're sick. It's like, come on. I don't know. Kids are funny, dude. It's like they forget that we're older, and we know all the tricks, right? And they're just like continually digging themselves a deeper hole into Liar Town, instead of just coming clean and being like, yeah, no, I don't like doing schoolwork. I'm actually a lazy piece, and I'm a faker. I learned real early that stuff wouldn't fly with me when I was younger. Like I'd wake up and legitimately feel like crap. There was times when I really did feel sick, right? And I'd be like, Mom, I'm sick. And she'd make me go to school. It didn't matter. If she didn't see me puking, get to school. You know, she didn't want me at home. You know, she had stuff to do. You know. It's funny. I've got this cousin that she's a nurse at a school. Right, right. Um, I hear you. But my cousin, we don't really hang out. You know what I'm saying? We get along great. We get along fine. We got like same worldview on stuff, and we think the same things are stupid and the same things are cool, and all that shit. And I might need to run and grab my sharpener and refine an edge on these damn things. These things are not quite cutting the way I want them to. I might run and grab that. But she's a nurse at a high school, right? And she's been there for years, and I was like, so you're in it, right? How have you noticed the change in kids over the time? And she's like, dude, kids, they're all still teenagers, right? So they've got that. But like the laziness and the entitlement and like the twisted ideologies that they're trying to push now is like crazy. And she's like, and they're argumentative. And and she's was talking about how like these kids will come in and want to go home because they're sick, and she's a nurse. She knows they're not sick, right? And they just basically want to go home. And she says that the parents of these kids are these pushover pussies that just go with whatever the kid says. So like if the kid's like, I'm sick, I want to come home, the parents are like, oh, my baby, whatever you say. So she's like having to deal with these parents who are little weaklings, right? And and that makes it real bad when the parents are basically second in the hierarchy in the home, right? And she's basically said that she's like, fuck it, I'm not going to bother messing with these kids anymore. If they want to go home, fine, go home. It's your brain. They'll eventually, she says that, maybe they'll look back and remember that I've said you're going to end up stupid. Maybe, and when they're out in the world and they're adults and stupid, they'll remember that. But she's no longer trying to fight with these kids, who are convinced they're right and won't listen, and the parents are on their side also. Dr. Spock parenting. What is that? I don't get the reference. guess I can look it up. Let's see. Let's see what that is. Oh, come on. Dr. Spock parenting. The Common Sense Book of Baby and Child Care is a groundbreaking parenting guide written by Dr. Benjamin Spock, first published in 1946. Became a bestseller, selling over 50 million copies and influenced generations of parents with its emphasis on trusting one's instincts and treating each child as an individual. Key aspects of the book: practical and empathetic advice, judgment, and intuition. Okay. Yeah, I can read this, right? And I can see how it sounds good, right? But it actually isn't. Once we know, because yeah, people are individuals, right? There's individual type aspects to each person. There's nuance and all that other shit. But everyone is human, right? And that and leaving it up to each parent to decide how to raise the children or the child will make this end up with a wide range of results in children, especially if you go a couple generations into it, because you've got the first people who did it, right, and they raised their 2 children, right? You get it. You get what I'm saying. And eventually you end up with cat people, right? Right. Yeah, you don't cater to the child, right? Like catering to the child is like how far you should take that is like, oh, the kid's hungry now. Let's feed him now. Right? Like when it's a baby and it's crying, or it's you provide what the kid needs. But beyond that, it gets into the realm of like the kid telling the parent what to do rather than the other way around, which is, why we've got kids that have meltdowns when they hear the word no, because they're used to telling the parent what to do. And, you've got weak parents that don't tell the kid no because, they just can't stand to see I just can't see little Timmy cry. I just don't want to upset him. It's like, listen, there's a world of hurt out there. You know, it's your job to prepare him for the world. You know, otherwise you're going to have adults like yeah, there's job sites now. Like it's not just in the colleges. Like there's safe spaces in elementary school now. There's safe spaces in middle school. There's safe spaces at high school. Right? There's safe spaces at colleges. Right? Now you can go and find job sites that have safe spaces. You know, like if I was hiring, I'd be like, do you need a safe space? Okay. Application in the shredder. We're not hiring you because we don't need that here. You know, we don't need you to break down and leave and go into the cry room because we need you to do something here while you're here because I'm paying you. You know, what would it be like if the person that ran this place, needed to go cry every 30 minutes? You know, you would lose your job and then you'd get up. Come on. The shortest of buses. Babies in it. Yeah. Adult babies. You know. Yeah, that's how I was raised. Um, you know, like this is the time when the baby would cry, right? And you just put him in the crib and shut the door. You know. Now people think that that's horrible today, you know, because they haven't lived enough life and actually been around children enough to see that it actually works. You know what I'm saying? You know, and what do you know? I don't hate my parents for doing that. You know, there's no memories from that time. Well, I can't really say that. One of my earliest memories is of me in the crib, but I wasn't crying. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, I think this world is lacking a whole lot of facial spankings. The traditional butt spankings, right? But there's also the kids that need the facial spankings. They need that head change, you know. Because some of those kids you can just spank on the butt and it does zero. Zero. You know, they'll just look at you, stare while it's happening, just watch you, you know. And in order for the butt spanking to register, you'd have to leave marks. You know what I'm saying? And that's just kind of crazy. But a little facial spanking, you know, it'll give them that head change. I've I've seen it work, you know. What's up, dude? Stayed up till 5 working on the house. Well, you know, we do what we have to do. I ordered some more wire last night, and it should be arriving today. Um, I love that these deliveries can be so timely, and I ended up ordering some wire that I have been out of for a while, and a new wire. So we'll see how that goes. I'm sick of making coils with this thick bullshit. Your phone's glitching out, or my phone? What's happening? What's glitching? What's happening? Oh, yours. Okay. Well, I get what you're saying, Viola, about um, you know, the abandoning the kids and hoping for the best. Um, my whole thing is like, you're not. It's not like you're in the middle of the day and you got a crying kid and you don't know what to do, so you just lock them in the bedroom and whatever. Um, I'm referring to like letting the baby like cry themselves to sleep. You know what I'm saying? I know that was done to me, you know, and I know it was done to other kids in my family, right? Because that was just the method of my family. And I don't have abandonment issues. I don't have like you know like I've seen people that have abandonment issues. You know what I'm saying? And they, like my uncle, for example, you know, he got sent to his his grandmother's house, right? And had to live there while the rest of the family lived in the house, right? And he struggled with, why me? Why was I the one chosen? You know, do they not love me? Type stuff. And it really messed him up. So I don't know. It's I'm not saying it's ideal. You know, I'm just saying that you know um, if you are put into your crib, right? Sure, yeah, that can happen. Um, who knows? Who knows? I'm not a doctor. you know, I'm not a doctor. Let's say that. It's gonna be hot today, man. Well, go eat something. What are you gonna eat? What are you having? Yeah, I can imagine it's warm where you're at, man. Probably 80s, 90s. It's probably gonna get up to 80 today here. 80 something. You can always tell when it's going to be a hot day because normally the days start out gray, and then the sun comes out. But if the sun's already out when you wake up in the summer, um, uh, it's gonna be hot. cooks the fastest. The 80s were great. um, yeah, I was born in 82. So I'm more of a 90s kid, you know. That's when I was just getting out there. What I remember of the 80s was cool. Um, simpler times. I remember, the cartoons were what we would think is super cheese and kind of hilarious now. Um, uh, you watch like commercials and shit from the 80s, and it seemed like they didn't really know who to target. They didn't really know like what they were doing. I'll be right back. I gotta grab a tool real quick. You stay. You be a good girl. Crazy girl, crazy girl, crazy girl. Okay. We'll see. We'll see how this works. Huh. That's cool. Old timey. Get your toy. Get it. Get that toy. You better get it. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. 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 Maybe. Sure. Uh, things you can choke on, things that'll burn you. You know. But that's how kids learned what was sharp and what was hot. Preparation. Yeah, many of the toys. You know, oh, that's kind of a trip. What's happening there? I know a few people that like collect toys, different stuff, you know, but I'm just not into that stuff, into toy collection, and I know that some of them are worth a lot of money and whatever, but I'm just not into it. Um, to each their own, whatever. I know some of the stuff is like worth crazy money, but I don't know enough about it. Like that house that we were just at, that guy had toys all through the house. And he had young kids and stuff, so there was their toys, but this guy had like his own toys. He had multiple shelves along his walls, and they were just packed with all kinds of like these toys. And they were like his toys. Probably, you know, kids aren't allowed to touch them. Whatever. Oh, dude. We were at my homie's parents' house, and they had a box right? Like the original box that still looked brand new, and it had a set of lawn darts in it. They were like, they'd probably been used, like once or twice. Um, I couldn't believe it. You know, Bill grabbed him. He was like, dude, look at this. You remember these? I was like, yeah, of course I do. You know, I had a neighbor when I was a kid. Not exactly my neighbor, it was this, well, I was little too, but, she was a little girl that was a neighbor at one of my dad's properties when, um, so whenever we would go to this house, either to work on it, or whatever, I'd get bored and I'd go hang out with her next door. And, she had an easy bake oven. And I burnt the shit out of my finger with that damn light bulb. I was probably 5, 6, something like that. I don't know, young, and it was like, this thing cooks it with the light bulb. There's no way that light bulb gets hot enough. Yeah, it does. But um, no, he didn't buy the lawn darts. They were at his parents' house. So he just grabbed them. you know, there's no way they were going to be playing lawn darts. They're like in their 70s and shit. But I don't know. Maybe they get out there and play lawn darts. But the box was brand new. I mean, it still had the original box, brand new looking. It looked like one dart had been taken out and thrown. The rest of them, there was, zero stains of grass or anything like that. And I doubt they were like, cleaning them off and whatever. It looked like one had been thrown and, no damage or anything, but just like a little bit of grass color on the lead or whatever metal it is. Come on. Yeah, that's what I told him. I was like, those are illegal now, right? He was like, yeah. I was like, well, Illegal stuff's worth money. Just saying. You know, like Jason, he had like a first edition of the Anarchist Cookbook, you know, before they took out all the stuff that kind of made it cool, right? And he posted it online at some ridiculous price and was like instantly flooded with a bunch of offers. So he took it off, right, and raised the price and reposted it and eventually and sold it. And he told me about it. Um, but you know, he got that book way back in the day. I remember when he got it. It was a long time ago. He ended up making a few things. You know, isolating some stuff, extracting some stuff, and, you know, making some pure whatever. And it was kind of cool to see him get into that. He wasn't going to, you know, do whatever with it, but. The Dancing Boys of Afghanistan. I believe that's what it's called. Let me look it up real quick. I think that's what it's called. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube. Let me look it up. Wait. Okay. Come on, finish your chores. See what's going on here? There we go. Huh? Oh, no, I'm not looking for there we go. That'll work. The Dancing Boys of Afghanistan. All right, so yeah, here it is. It's already playing. First thing that comes up. This is the movie. I've watched it. This man right now, he's a pimp, if you will, right? He's let me just rewind and I'll read the captions. Where are we going? We're looking for a boy who is good for dancing, around 12 or 13, and very attractive. Do you spend the night with them? Of course. I'll tell their parents that I'll train them. They give you permission? Of course. What do you promise them? Money. You look for poor boys who have nothing? Yes, they're poor. We'll just start with that. So it's a window into not only part of the culture, but the religious beliefs, right? And it's a good watch. As messed up as it is, you know, if you're able to just look at it as education, right? This is happening in the world, right? Oh shit, what's up, USA? Hey man, you too. We're talking about a film, a documentary, at the moment. That's what we're talking about. And I'm recommending everybody watch it. To be honest, those are the types of films I'm into. Um, True stuff, you know. Um, I like that stuff, you know, whether it's messed up or not. You know, I like to learn about real things. You know, sure, I like to be entertained and all that other stuff too, but you know, if I'm going to be, you know, watching something, I like to learn something. You'll be amazed how normal it is. You know, it's definitely like an underground thing, right? But it's known by everyone, like to the point where, um, like we might have street vendors that sell whatever. They have street vendors that sell videos of what happens at these places. You know, so it's kind of like here it'd be like, what do they do over there? Oh, they sell hot dogs. Everybody around here knows that. That's the hot dog stand. So over there, it's like, what do they sell over there? Child, you know, everybody, you know. And nobody's coming running. The cops aren't showing up. You know. Right, basically dark web stuff sold right on the street, and no one is getting in trouble, you know. And it's basically because eventually you find out that like the people who run the country are in on it, you know. Too, you know, that's why the people that the pimps and all this other stuff, they're as wealthy as they are. You know, there's people that pay top dollar for the prettiest boys, and yep, we fucked, way fucked, way. Way fucked, way. Hold on, Roxy, you're a dog. Right. Well, luckily, we're not in that country, you know. Let's see how this cuts. Bloop. Oh, that was pretty nice. What do you want, Rock Dog? What time is it? It can't be time. You still have an hour. Do you need to go potty? Is there anybody outside? Okay. I'm gonna let her out back. Out back. Go. Oh, man. It is pretty warm outside already. Let me see. Yeah, it's 81. And not even 11 o'clock yet. So I'm sure there's people in other places that are used to like 100 and whatever, and they're like, 81, that sounds comfortable. It's like, well, we're in Washington on the Pacific Northwest. It's a different kind of heat here. All the water comes out of the damn ground, and it's like being in a sauna. I mean, nobody waters their grass and stuff here. You know what I'm saying? Other places, you gotta do that shit. Our grass basically can stay green year round, and it. All right, let me. Oh. Thought maybe I needed to update the messages, but nope, nobody's talking. What's crazy is like I'll have to do that like multiple times. You know, like you think you just set it and forget it, right? But I'll be like sitting here after I've already done that shit, and I'll be like, well, nobody say anything really, and so I'll come in here and I'll put it top comments and then put it back, and then all of a sudden it's just all. It's like, oh shit, I feel like a dick. I haven't been ignoring you. Yeah, fuck it. You're garbage. Yep, it's stupid. Lame. Hella lame. Yeah, it's dumb. You know, I don't understand why it's happening. Okay, no, it's cool. You know, I'm not like over here making plans. You know, it's like Viola's not saying anything. I'm just gonna fly to Scotland and say what the fuck, then head back home. You know, the last topic was pretty heavy, so maybe everybody's mulling that over. You know, who knows? Who knows? Maybe everybody's making a sandwich. Ooh, speaking of, I got something I could heat up. Oh, look at that shit. Ooh, well, hi. There we go. That's what happens when you don't put magicals in your hair. All right, I'll be right back. Go. I'll bring you all in here so you can be a part of this. Sure. Bitch. I grew up in this house, right? And so I'm used to things being in certain places, right? Because I grew up with them being in certain places for my whole life up until a certain point. Rihanna moves in and moves everything because she's like, I'm going to be the one in here cooking. I want things to be where I'm used to them being. Right. I still reach for shit where they used to be. And I'm probably just going to do that forever. Sure. Today is not your day. The heat is killing you. Yes. Sunshine murder. Okay. I don't know if USA's still in here, man. I think he stopped by and said, "What up?" and then took off. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. But that's not for puppy dogs. Sorry. Does anybody else like chicken mole? For me, it's got to be done right. Like, I've had it at some places, and it's just like, yeah, this is gross. But oh, hey, what's up, dude? Yeah, you'd be proud of me. I'm eating Mexican food. Yeah, mole, it is good, but you can agree that it can be done wrong, right? um, like I've just had shitty mole before. Um, like for a long time, I thought I didn't like it, because the first time I had it, it was yeah, no, yeah, not everyone makes it food either. um, yeah, the first time I had it, it was just garbage. You know, it was years ago. Like I was a kid, and I was like, this is just fucking gross. Like this is like people order this, you know. And like I was a young kid, and we were at this restaurant, right? And I read that, oh shit, this has got chocolate in it. Ooh, and I'm a kid, chocolate, whatever. I think I'm just instantly gonna like this shit. And I get it, and I'm just like, this is horrible, right? But just a few years ago, I gave it another chance, and it was the shit. But I've had it bad again since then too. Yeah, this stuff is a little nutty. It's a little, not, it has some spice, but it's not like my wife could eat it. And she's like a major puss when it comes to any spice. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's like a Mexican curry, kind of. Like not curry at all, but just like the whole, um, like the sauce is kind of like a curry, you know? Curry's killer. The right kind. Yeah. So, yeah, I was just thinking about you, Gems, because I saw that I got something from you. I got a notification. I'm not exactly sure what it was. Probably something on Instagram or something. But I couldn't look at it because I was doing this bullshit. So, um, yeah. Um, okay. Yeah, but you see what I'm saying, right? How it's just like whoever looked at this should have known what it meant, right? Um, because that's their job. You know, they've probably seen P and assumed that it meant place and whatever. So, right, right, maybe, but I would hope that the person that she's handing the package to and types it in would just instead of would see the P and be like, well, that means place. I'm going to type that in, and I don't know, but she was like, Rihanna was telling me that she was like, yeah, this place doesn't exist. That's what she got told, and I'm like, no, you know, so I don't know. It was a lot of confusion, but I went back through our messages and saw that there was those subtle differences, right, which really don't mean anything, right? But who knows? Maybe these guys are dipshits and they need things spelled out for them. Sorry, I'm getting a message, and let's just assume they're dumb. So I sent Rihanna what you sent me, which is more complete. And, maybe she can try again, or I'll try again, and just tell them, yeah, no, it's not that. It's an empty box. The person likes boxes. Right? Okay. Right, that's right. Well, I could see both sides of that, because they probably have gotten in trouble, right, by somebody trying to help, right, and packages being sent to the wrong people, right? That might have happened once, and somebody created a big enough stink, and they just did some blanket, never again bullshit. I don't know. Like I've said many times before, I'm not a doctor. I don't have a doctor and maleotomy. So. Yeah, it does have a lot of spices. Like the one that I just ate has like 30 different spices in it. It's pretty hey, no worries. Yeah, it's I've been through things that are more of a hassle. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's not like it's like this not working out is affecting my life. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of a bitch. So it's not a big deal. But I want to see you guys fucking mess with this stuff. Because this is the real shit. And uh, I can just imagine the responses. And you guys are going to be able to make a little bit of cash off it too because of the hype that's around it, you know. So you guys are really going to be able to sell it to these fools, and you know, especially if you know, like last night I was watching Pierce, and there was like these, who knows who they were, but these guys were like getting in some sort of like rivalry, and trying to outbid each other. Not outbid, but they were donate. It was like a donation war. So one guy was like donating $50, the other guy came back with 100, the other guy came back with 110, the other guy came back with 120, and it's like, dude. Right. Well, that's great. That's a great problem. A terrific problem. Oh, darn it. So, if they're willing to donate to see somebody eat chicken or an Oreo or, you know, mixed food, just imagine what they'd pay to see something that actually has risk. You know, I mean, sure, I'm sure there's some level of love for these people, right? Because they're um, consistent and loyal, right? But right. Sure. Yeah, I couldn't imagine the amount of money that's been put out there. Um, it's like um, it kind of blows my mind. The one that kind of sticks out to me, because he's actually doing something that's useful, is sofa. You know what I'm saying? Like he donates and shit, But like, while you guys are out there, he's like buying you guys food and shit. Like real food, you know. And ordering it for you. You know what I'm saying? You guys just go in there and pick it up, and I mean that's to me that's cool. You know. Come on. Yeah, you're a pretty girl. Say hi to everybody. I think her, right, yeah, he seems like a G. Is he an older guy? Yeah, he's helpful. Is he an older dude? Oh, you're back. The boy was picking my brain for the last hour. Yeah, I think Roxy had some fleas. We kind of lapsed on her medication, and she got a couple bites. Right back here, huh, Rock Dog? But I think she's healing up pretty good. It's been so long since she's had any flea bites that like they're really bothering her. Getting scratches feels so good that I lick the air. Yes. She's not doing it so crazy. Put a bit of garlic in her food. Yeah. Well, we we give her these chews. Not too sure on them. Okay. I don't really need to know. I just kind of thought maybe. We use these chew things, and what they do is they're safe, right? We've been using them for years. She hasn't developed any cancers or anything like that. But what they do is they make the dog toxic to the fleas, right? And so, unlike a flea collar or any of this other shit, where you put the flea collar on, and sure the fleas don't go on the dog anymore, but you basically have the fleas and the dog doing this around the house, right? And it doesn't really get rid of the fleas. Well, you feed them this chew, and then the dog goes through the house, like it normally will, and the flea will be like, hey, there's the dog. And it jumps on the dog, bites the dog, and it dies. So basically, after you give the dog the flea shit, it becomes like a flea vacuum and just cleans up the house, the entire house, no more fleas. And if it gets to that point, and it's just a better system. Yeah, Gems, meet CJ. She's one of the newer ones to join the group here. Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy work as much as you can. Okay. Yeah, I've heard of that trick. The garlic and flea thing. Maybe we'll throw a little bit in there. It's not going to hurt anything. So. Oh, shit. You went to bed at 6. Well, maybe later you can tell me what the fuck you were up to. That's just crazy. You just couldn't sleep, I'm guessing. Hey, what's up, babe? Everybody, Rihanna's here. Run and hide. Babe, I just finished the mole stuff. Hello, what the fuck? It's because oh, I see. Yeah, you stay up and you past your tired window and you get on that wind. Yeah, they're asking because I told them about your scare, babe. What happened? It's not because they think you're crazy or something. So how are you feeling today, Rihanna? Any, any voices? Uh Yeah. Yeah, Rihanna's burls. She just comes home every day and you know, works out with these things. That just looks wonderful, doesn't it? Roxy, you just came in the house. You need to stop lying to me. Wait, what time is it? All right. You can barely lift a gallon of milk. No, it's backwards, so it's 20. Go. Go. You drank all your water. Thirsty girl. Give you some nice filtered water. You don't think I can lift the weight of an adult with one hand? Come on, dude. I have a few recommendations, but none of them are legal. So, are you looking for something to wake you up or something to help you go to sleep? Because today's probably fucked, you know. So, it'd probably be best to try and get to sleep tonight to get back on your clock, right? And here's what you can take. Okay, go to sleep. You can get these, right? It's just a weed gummy. I ended up giving them away and just keeping one, right? But what you want is the gummies that have CBN. I know it's going to be backwards, but CBN. You know, there's THC, there's CBD, there's CBG. You know, there's like 40,000 different cannabinoids, right? But what you want is CBN, okay? That's the stuff that is heavy when it comes to the weed, okay? A lot of that stuff's been bred out of the pot, but they can isolate it. And so if I'm sure you got pot shops or whatever, and just go in there and ask for CBN. This is a 20 milligram CBN, right? And it will work. Okay. In fact, you might be a little tired when you wake up still, because it's that strong. CBN, CBN, CBN. That's right. I mean, I'm normally not one to recommend dope, but there's a few things out there. You know, you can talk to, you know, just go to like any major grocery store, talk to the pharmacist, and you could probably be recommended something that's you know, just tell them what you're trying to avoid and what you're looking for, and they can, you know, recommend some good stuff. But everything these guys are talking about too is probably from experience. You know, they're probably not guesses. Hey, no worries, homegirl. Um, um, we'll be praying for you. Just, trudge through the day and try and get back to zero tonight. Or by tomorrow. So, yeah, mole and tortillas. Yeah. You tried gummies for years, and what? It didn't work out for you, CJ, or you just never found the right ones, or um, successfully. Yeah, I like that route too. This right here is not an accident. It takes dedication and upkeep. You know, this right here. That's that's work. So yeah, investment of time, money, chewing. You know, the amount of calories I've burnt chewing. Gummies help with pain. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, see, I never went the weed route for yeah, the longest well, before I talk about my sleep situation, I've always kind of found that when it comes to weed, um, it kind of made me hyper focus on the pain I was having. Um, but the longest I've ever stayed up was 7 days, and that was back in the day um, when before uh, well, there was a change in what the bikers used to be pushing, and some of it looked like peanut butter, some of it yeah, anyways. Yeah, things get weird about day 4. You know, you start to see spots. I never got into like the shadow people realm or anything like that. Um, I've even heard some stories of people that like, oh yeah, man, when the shadow people come out, that's when it starts to get fun. It's like, okay. Uh, no, I like to sleep. I like to sleep every night. Um, so that experience of the 7 days bullshit, I was done. Shadow people. You have a low tolerance for pharmaceuticals. So what, like the normal recommended dose just really messes you up? Huh. So if you see shadow people and um, your kid sees them too, do you know if your grandmother or one of your parents saw them? Your grandmother, grandfather, you know what I'm saying? Also saw shadow people? Yeah, that's how you spell it, jinns. Yeah, jinns are are demons. If you're going to uh, follow the Islamic teaching, you know, it's been some people, like to define things, and they would say that they're just these things that cause mischief and blah blah blah. But we don't listen to them. We listen to the people that came up with that, coined the term, right? Kind of like how people in the Western world have redefined what karma is and all this other stuff, and many other things. Had abilities. Okay. Yeah, to me that sounds like what I would refer to as a generational curse. Um, um, n- um, uh, that's kind of a trip. And up there she was. Huh. Um, yeah, and CJ, what I would call that, huh, would be a familiar spirit. Um, these things impersonate um, things, right? Something in the bloodline. Typically, what happens, and I don't know if you believe this stuff or not, but I do. You have someone in the past that practices witchcraft, right? And because of that, um, they are engaging in a covenant, right? And that agreement opens up a door, and because of that, um, at least 4 generations from that covenant is going to suffer from what's called a generational curse, right? Unless it gets broken. The generational curses, the familiar spirits, all of that stuff. They're all kind of interwoven and kind of linked. But you know, when it comes to familiar spirits, this is why you'll see like a family, because a familiar spirit is assigned to a particular family group, and every family has at least one, sometimes more. And you'll look at that family and you'll be like, yeah, that whole family seems to have a problem with drugs. Why? That whole family, that whole family seems to have some sort of sexual problem. That whole family seems to struggle with alcohol, and if that family has messed with that stuff long enough, it can get into their makeup, right? And people can end up being like, oh, well, they do that stuff because it's part of their genes, right? 1 second. Somebody that I'm not sure is trying to talk to me. Okay, I'm back. That was Mr. Han Solo. Jeff. So, well, Proc gave him my number, and there's also spiritual, right? No, there are good spirits, right? But we need to remember that, like the Bible says, these evil spirits come as a spirit of light, and they come to deceive, right? So they will end up showing up and telling you things that you want to believe already. And yeah, right. And a lot of people will say that, like, the good spirits are angels, right? Well, it's not exactly true. An angel is a description of a function, right? Like it's a message, a messenger. Sup, dude? Lol. Well, I would say that he still is. But he's because he still speaks to people, he still brings people messages, right? But he's actually a cherub. Like if you're gonna right. Like if you're gonna um uh define what Satan is, right? He's a cherub, and many of those are called, like if you have a group of them, that's cherubim, right? And there's also seraphs and seraphim, and they all have different functions, and they're all different ranks in the hierarchy of what is known as the heavenly host. Yeah, we don't know, and we don't care. You know, uh, not being mean. You know, we just don't care if you're a dude or a chick. You know, there's dudes and chicks in here. You know, it's not like I'm going to be like, it's a girl, get her out of here. It's a dude. Let's kick his ass. Let's kick him in the ass. You know, we're not going to do that. We don't give a shit. Well, they weren't thrown out of heaven to rule the planet. They were thrown out because they disobeyed, right? But later, after the Tower of Babel, right? God assigned. Basically, God was like, "Look, you don't want to follow me. You want to follow these particular gods, these things that you're calling gods. Fine. I will assign to you a god, and it will rule over you." Right? And that's where we get the principalities from. These are geographic, these are, for lack of a better word, angels, right? That's not exactly what they are. But these are angels that rule over a particular area, right? All right, baby. And this is why we have all these different religions all over the world. You know, because these angels have been feeding these particular groups that they rule over a bunch of shit. And, you know, we know the rest of the story. Rihanna. Two genders. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm sure you know why he was tossed out. He was tossed out because of his pride. It's his favorite sin, which is why we see pride everywhere. That's why it's celebrated on this planet. you know, and fiercely guarded. And it's also why, you know, if you look into why the flood happened, right? That's why the spirit behind the movement has chosen the rainbow as their symbol. It's a big middle finger to God. You know, and it's kind of crazy that now it's been that for long enough that there's people that actually they don't even associate the rainbow with God anymore. They think it's like just a gay, it's like a gay thing, you know, and not the promise. Noah, between Noah and God. Um, um, kind of, you know, it can be misplaced. You know what I'm saying? Because we're supposed to always remember that the reason we can do these things is because of God. You know, we're always supposed to be giving thanks to God, the Creator, and the reason we could eat today was because of God, right? And remembering those things keeps pride at bay. You know, it's like, oh yeah, no, I can eat because I worked and I had, you know, I've got this job and I, you know, when it's like, no, you know, so, but I get what you're saying, where it's like, you know, damn, I did a good job on that. That's badass. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But when you start to lift yourself above, right, that's when it becomes a problem. You know, this is why uh, there's unleavened bread, right? They made bread with no yeast in it. You know, you put yeast in bread and the bread rises, right? Well, they made unleavened bread that didn't rise because it was a symbol of no pride. Because pride is puffed up. So there's uh, there's a lot of thought put into this. You know, and you're a dog. The messages are like not coming through again. I gotta catch up. I've been stupid. All right, so where was the last one? Okay, the last one I had was Noah. Thanks for the correction. Uh, There is. Not theirs. Jeez. Myself. Lol. I think you should give yourself credit too. I mean, you're the one who put the time in and effort. No, I get it. Right. Sure, we put the time in, but we wouldn't have the time. Right. So we need to be thankful for the time. It's because of God that we have anything. Right. So don't get cocky, basically. Yeah, gloating. That's why I don't put out buns for East. No flashing your buns. Okay, but if you have zero pride in what you do, someone comes and is horrible about, you're gonna feel shitty. Okay, but if you have zero pride in what you do, and someone comes. I get what you're saying. I think I think you're right. It comes along. I think you're confusing like recognizing, because you want to have enough pride in your work, right, to do a good job and whatever. But that's not like pride. That's just care. You know what I'm saying? And you can, some people say like, oh, don't you have enough pride? Are you going to put up with that whatever they're saying about you? It's like, well, you can change that word out for, caring. I care about myself enough to not put up with what they're saying about me. It's not, pride is, what we're saying is pride. Another word can be used there. And I think be a more accurate description of what we're actually trying to say. You can care and think what you do is shitty. Sure, if you did a shitty job. Or if you just, you care too much about what you're doing, like I can get like that, because I'm a perfectionist. But I am noticing flaws, right? And when I see something that I've done that is perfect, there's I have no problem with what I've done. Right, we're always our worst critic. Yeah, that's very true for anybody. I'd like to say especially musicians, but that's probably just because I'm a musician and right. Like I was saying earlier, I'm looking at these coils, and there's these tiny little nothing mess ups on it that someone else probably wouldn't even give a shit about. But I want it to be perfect, you know. Maybe it's because I take pride in my work. Maybe it's because, who knows? Who knows what it is? You know, I like just doing a kick-ass job on everything that I do. And I've done half-ass shit and then been stuck looking at, you know, whatever it was and being like, oh man, if I only would have, you know, and that drives me nuts, so I try and avoid that forever now. It probably has, to be honest with you. Because I couldn't see pride being a word that referred to as a sin, right? And now it's used as something that's a good thing, right? But that is that's Satan's modus operandi. That's his MO, right? His job is to convince the world that evil is good and good is evil, right? Which is why you can look at certain things and tell the spirit that's behind it. You can look at certain things and be like, I can tell this is totally evil, right? But there's people that are like fighting for it. I know the spirit behind that. Dun, dun, dun. Mm-hmm. No, anger isn't a sin. And neither is, like, jealousy. But jealousy is different from envy. A lot of people use those terms interchangeably, but they actually have different definitions, which is, it just comes from people not knowing what the words actually mean. And I'll watch it. I will. Right. What was I saying? Oh, pride and envy. Yeah, there's people that use those words kind of interchangeably, but they actually have two different meanings. Like jealousy is actually can be completely normal and even a righteous feeling. You know, like when I was younger and I didn't quite know what the word meant, when I read in the Bible that it says that God is a jealous God, I was like, huh? That that doesn't make sense to me. That's isn't envy isn't the same as coveting. No, it kind of is. It can be. Like when God is calling the Israelites, which are his people, right? I mean, we're all his people, right? But, Abraham was chosen to, blah, blah, blah. And that spawned the Israelites. When God is calling them whores, right? Because he's jealous, it's because they're going after different gods, right? And they're cheating on him with different gods, right? So he's calling the Israelites whores, and it's making him jealous. Now, that's a righteous feeling because it's kind of like if you're married to somebody, right? And he goes and cheats on you, right? You feel jealous. And that's because he's yours, right? There's nothing wrong with that feeling. Now, being envious is when you see something someone else has and you think you deserve it more than they do. So, and they don't deserve it for whatever reason. So that is, that's when you're envious of whatever, Now, some people will say, I'm jealous of what they have, right? But that's not right. It's you're envious. I hope I'm right. That's coveting. They're coveting, right? But the feeling you have is envy. The action is coveting. No, I'm familiar with the Ten Commandments. Do what you want. Now I'm mad because you didn't do what I want. Well, what's going on here? Am I frozen? that I know of. Read the message before that. I mean, he gave people free will, so is it really righteous to do what he wants? Right. Well, I get what you're saying. Well, here's a way to explain it. God, that kind of comes from the finger wagging. Um, um, Point of view of Christianity. A lot of people think that that's how it is. That's how I was raised. But the point is God loved us enough to give us free will to choose to follow him or not. And he loves us enough, right, that when the time comes, he's going to grant us what we want. People that want nothing to do with him are going to get exactly that. They're going to not be forced into his presence, right? They're not going to be forced into heaven, right? And he loves us enough to give us what we want. And people choose to not be with him, not live for him, not whatever. They live for themselves. And he recognizes that. Well, these things break his heart, right? And he does get jealous, but that isn't gonna you know keep him from doing what he said. Well, none of us are capable of fully understanding God, right? In fact, if we could, he wouldn't be worth worshiping, you know. So there's always going to be mystery there. But that bothers a lot of people. They want to just know, you know. I fall into that category too. I want to know. But right. There is the theory that free will is an illusion. And that is something that is a product of a godless world, right? Like if there's no God, right? If there's no God, there actually can't be. It's not. It, it it wouldn't be a theory. It free will would be like impossible, right? But and that's because um, you know there wouldn't be a soul. There wouldn't be. We would just be products of matter and energy and time and um, you know an explosion that magically created order, right? And I can't remember all of you know like atheists, they refuse to believe in God because of the miracles and all that shit. But if you're an atheist, I forget all of them, but there's at least 6 miracles that you have to believe in if you're an atheist. And that really pisses them off once they realize that this is actually the case, because it's like, and that it actually takes more faith to be an atheist. Um, you know, First off, you've got nothing, right? And not like the nothing in my hand, right? But as Aristotle describes, what rocks think about, that nothing, you take that, and that turns into not only the entire ocean, all the land, all the puppies and the kittens, me and you, but all the planets and the sun and our entire solar system and every other star in our galaxy and every other galaxy and all the dust and bullshit that's in between every galaxy. That rock thought turned into all of this, right? And that also happened without a cause. That's one of the miracles. I mean, that's a fucking miracle, right? Another miracle is consciousness itself. Another miracle is non-life producing life. That can't happen, I don't know how people can believe in something more. Maybe the concept of God is far-fetched for some, but to think you came from nothing and go back to nothing when you die, that's obscure to me. Well, right. And that is actually how people in the Old Testament were saved. Because there's all kinds of people that have lived, billions, that didn't know Jesus, right? But they're in heaven, right? And it's because of their ability to look at the world and be like, this ain't a fucking accident, right? There has to be a creator. And let's keep in mind that the further we go back, contrary to popular belief, we actually were smarter, right? You can look at the world now and see that we're going just in your lifetime. So imagine how brilliant we fucking used to be. You know, like, I, so these people were able to look at the world and be like, yeah, no, this wasn't an accident. Anybody that thinks that is like a fucking moron. You know, now you've got people today that are actually dumb enough to not even take the time to think about this. They're just work, work, sleep, work, you know. But, like I'm sure I've mentioned before, um, you know, the reason I believe in Christianity is because it's the only religion that, where you've got thousands of years of prophecy, right? Predicting the arrival of a person, right? And then that person shows up, right? Exactly how it was predicted. Dies exactly how it was predicted. And when it was predicted how he was going to die, that way wasn't even invented yet. It took like 1,000 years for that particular way to be killed to be actually created by man. You know, this was just seen in a vision. And then while he's here, he says a bunch of stuff that ends up happening. The guy does a bunch of things, miracles, you know, and, you know, he predicts that the religion will go all the way around the world. Right? Now, think about that. Normally, this is what typically happens. You know, you'll have a religion, kind of blow up, right? And it'll kind of stay in a region. And then the guy who starts the religion, once he dies, it fizzles out. You know? So, like, let's say I start a religion today, right? And I say, yeah, this religion's going to take over the world. Right? Not take over, not that language, but it's going to spread everywhere. Right? And for whatever reason, internet takes a shit. There's no more computers. You know. So it's not like I can just do it like this. You know. But you know, when that claim was made, that was insane. It was absolutely insane. But, you know, it happened. You know. Lampshade, dude. Yeah, that's you know, what he's doing right there can actually be linked to a very, very old practice. That's Eastern mysticism right there. I mean, it's been repackaged, and who knows what he calls it, right? I'm sure he calls it meditation or whatever, but he's in a room with his fucking shower going. He's changed it for his own shit. You know, it's kind of like what people call yoga now and what people call karma now. They've changed it for themselves. You know, of course, they've turned those other things into, you know, something they can monetize. But, who knows? If this guy blows up, he might end up selling lessons to bathroom magic. You know what I'm saying? Have you all noticed that the Gen X generation before are terrified of dying? Well, it's their turn. Yeah. Sure. Isis, Osiris. Yeah. Isis is a trip, man. Um, you know, uh, um, if that's who I'm thinking of. Okay. Right. That's right. Okay. So, Isis, she, um, uh, her husband gets killed, and, she has to go out and find all of his body parts, right? And she finds everything except for his dick because it was eaten by a fish. And then she ends up um, having a son, right? Who she tells everyone is her. Um, oh, that's cool. She ends up having a son who she claims is her husband's reincarnated reincarnation. So then she starts having a sexual relationship with her son. And depending on who you believe, that's where we get some of our holidays. But all right, let me get back here. I was looking up some shit. I thought thought you were gonna join my sock monster religion. There's a reason the lost direction. Must miss that one. The guy with the wire pyramid on his head and like two bike handles. Yeah, I don't know exactly what he has in his hands. That's I haven't actually seen him say words yet. Um, I've just seen him be like he sits there and he says, "Hum, dun, buzz, hum, dun, bun, zzz." It's just noises and nonsense that he thinks does things. But I think it's cool that your son watches. So, is he gonna come in and say something? Your your boy? And why does he think of my lives as uh, ASMR? You know what? Whenever I go on lives, uh, no, I read it. I read it. Um, um, I like I'll get on lives, right? And if there's nobody on there that I want to watch, I just go through and do the do not recommend thing on a bunch of people. You know, like people that are doing like witchcraft, tarot cards, and a lot of the people that I block are the ASMR people. I think they're creepy as fuck. They're weird. You know, it's like you got somebody that's discovered what a microphone can do. You know, and and it's like their mind is blown, and they're like, I've got to share this with the world. I just crank this up all the way, and then I can just whisper to these people, and it'll still pick me up. And a lot of these guys don't even use effects. I've seen a few people that have been smart enough to put on a little bit of reverb delay and some chorus and actually make it sound cool rather than just lip clicking and people they got their microphone and they're just like taking things and they're like it's like dude and what bothers me is people watch that because to me it's annoying as fuck you know and I don't know what kind of trauma you gotta be through to that shit is calming you know it to me it's just like I grew up in a house that was full of chaos and constant fucking noise you know and so I don't know what they have to be through to where that's home for them. You know what I'm saying? She'd be like, Mom, I think there was like a ghost under my bed, like stabbing the rabbit. It sounded really wet and a little gay. Uh, okay. I'm not sure if it was in front or in the back, but is that a good snack, huh? You like that snack? You like all of the snacks all the time. You just have a very soothing tone. We are sound adverse. Can't stand ASMR. No noise in our home now. My house is pretty noisy, but we don't talk here. We yell. Apparently that's normal in Scotland. Okay. Oh, look at her trailing him. Yeah, she's gotta follow me. She's my best little buddy. But she's convinced that there's always a problem. She gets jealous of Roxy, like whenever we hug. Jealous of Rihanna. Did I call her Roxy? Roxy gets jealous of Rihanna whenever we hug. She just Rihanna gets home, I give her a hug, and she just stares at Rihanna and barks. I mean, she loves Rihanna to death, But she doesn't want that going on. As far as she's concerned, I'm hers, I think. Huh? Get your toy. Duck. Get your toy. Get it. Bring it here. Get your toy. Bring it here. Get your toy. Bring it here. Get your toy. Get your toy. Bring it here. I got it. You ready? You ready? You ready? Go get it. Oh, shit. Go get it. Ooh, man. damn it. The side of this chair just fricked up my side. Oh, yeah, yeah. In fact, I think she might have been brought over here a little early. We got her from this couple. They were lesbians. I think I might have told you about them. It was the one who, one of them eventually kind of got like a crush on me. I'm pretty damn sure. And the other one was like constantly pregnant. And you know, that was a thing. All right, man. See ya. So she was constantly pregnant, and you know, she had her own explanations as to why. Yeah, I've always been like that. Um, I don't know what it is about me, right? But it's always kind of been a thing. And I don't think it's a superpower, to be honest with you. Because like I've told you, I don't actually believe in gay people. I think that there are definitely, you know, according to the world, you know, the world would be like, what are you talking about? You know, my whatever's gay, and that's how they are, and that's how they were born, and, you know, whatever. But I don't believe it. I think there's straight people and confused straight people. So it doesn't surprise me at all that these lesbians liked a boy. You know? But, you know, I know it's touchy for a lot of people, but it's just my experience, you know. I've seen far too many people come out of that world, and they, you know, I'm sure that the alphabet people would, you know, love to say that they're faking, love to say that they're fighting gay thoughts for the rest of their life, and whatever, you know, whatever they want to say, you know. But no, it's just not the case. You know, they're just actually not gay. They never were. There was some fucked up shit going on, and you know. Ooh. This thing is cutting pretty good now. I think that's the trick, having to resharpen it often. You know, like my wife, you know, she used to be gay, right? And you could probably talk to her about what was going on. You know, like, do you, confused, do you, you're talking from your soul. What now? What did I say? That you're saying, do you? Too. Oh, you do you. I see. Yeah, you know. Thank you. um, uh, yeah, you know, you can talk to her, ask her, you know, why she thought those things. She'd probably tell you. Who knows what she would tell you, that she was confused or something. You know, she thought this or whatever. She was wrong. Who knows? Who knows what she thought? But she used to be married to a chick, you know, and dated many other women, you know, before she got married to this chick. Um, but you know, not only is she not gay anymore, she literally can't believe that she ever was. You know, she's like, and I think that can happen for almost everyone. And the people that it can't happen for is not because they actually are gay, right? It's because they're refusing to give it up. You know, some people have invested too much. You know, it could all boil down to, you know, I don't want to admit I was wrong. You know, pride. You know, who'd have thunk? Who'd have thunk? Right. Um, it's kind of like me. Like I can look at a dude and be like, that guy can pull tail. Like I know it. I can tell just by looking at him. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not attracted to him. You know what I'm saying? You know, just like chicks can probably look at, you know, watch a movie or something, and there's some actress and she's got her boobs out. They can be like, "Wow, that is an outstanding wreck," you know. But right. You don't care to touch others' boobs, to be clear. Um, Noted. I might have to switch it up on this juice, man. This stuff is like dyeing my teeth like coffee flavor color. And it's because I don't know if you're even going to be able to see the color, but Well, let's just look at it. Look at in here. Although it starts as that, it eventually becomes this, and I'm vaping. It's like I'm basically vaping coffee beans, dye, and just taking facefuls of that shit. There's other juices that don't really do that, but this stuff is just so damn good. Look at her. She's laying there crying at me. Just not interested. Speak for yourself. I'm fond of the boobies. They're a gift from God, as the Bible says. Believe it or not, that's mentioned in the Bible. We are commanded to take pleasure in our wife's breasts. That's why God's a gangster. Girl talk. "55-year-old and not interested in someone else's boobs." Well, well. I'll just sit this one out then. How's that sound? You guys can have your girl talk. Talk about My Little Ponies and coffee drinks. Speaking of, like earlier, parents that won't say no to their kids. Like when I was younger, and I still am this way, like I love horses, right? I know for whatever reason that's kind of been deemed like a girl thing. Like girls love horses and guys are like supposed to just shoe them, make the shoes, girls ride them, whatever. But I've loved horses my whole life. I grew up around them, not owning them. Like I have neighbors that have horses, and my next door neighbor had like ponies and shit, right? And I just always thought they were cool. I had cousins that had horses, and I just always thought they were awesome. You don't like horses? You think they're scary? Some can be. Some can, some can have an attitude. But some are very, very sweet. They're just big dogs, really. They like to play, and think of them as big dogs. If you like dogs, then you'd like horses. Just think of them like that. They're really cool, you know. But when I was little, you know, I don't know, 3, 4, you know, like a My Little Pony commercial came on, right? And I wanted one of them because it was a horse. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't notice that there was only girls in the commercial, and it was a girl toy, right? I just saw the horse. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, oh, you know, hey, can I get one of those? I want one of those. And, you know, I never got what I wanted anyways, right? But she was like, no, you can't have one of those. No. And, you know, my mom, being who she was probably thinking, you know, like, oh, if I were to get him a girl toy, he'll end up being gay or something like that. She was extremely paranoid, always thought of the worst and whatever. But that actually can influence to some degree, because I've met some kids that were actually bought Barbies and were bought My Little Ponies, and they're fighting some feelings to this day. But my parents, uh, they weren't afraid to say no. You know what I'm saying? And you know, put up with, you know, whatever fit I might throw, or, you know, whatever, you know. I don't know why that popped in my head. Probably because we were talking about kids and stuff like that. Could have got you one and painted camo. Yeah, camo and pink hair. Oh, horses are awesome. It's bad. Doesn't be caretaker that fails the animal. Right. Brian's one of those kids that are more likely to play with girls and not other boys. Dude. Um, I played with girls constantly when I was younger. All the boys in my family were much older than I was, and it was the girls that were closer to my age. And for whatever reason, you know, we have like rentals around here. I mean, people are actually, they've bought and they own the houses now, right? But these houses used to be rentals, and you know, people didn't live in them forever, right? But there was always like girls uh, li- living in them. So I hung out with a lot of girls when I was younger, and because of me being raised by my mother, and me just spending more time with girls, I've always been more comfortable talking with girls than guys. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's just, it just comes natural to me. Where I think it's kind of weird when you've got guys that like they don't know how to talk to girls. You know, I think that's weird. I think they're putting too much on it. I think you just need to just talk to them. You know, it's no fucking big deal. You know. I don't think the toy itself has much influence. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. Sometimes I have shit pop up in my head and I start talking about it, and I'm just like, why am I saying this stuff? um, yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't know if It's all well and good until it gets weird and you get in trouble, or chicks get weird on Adam. Yeah. Yeah. That happens too. We've had the girls get weird on me. Like Rihanna's Rihanna's warned me that I can't just be nice to everyone. But this is just how I am. I'm a nice person, you know. Oh hey babe. I don't expect you to say anything now, but you were talking about the female doctors, and how like I intimidate them. I'm just reminding you. I wanted to know why you thought that was, because I had no idea, right? And you said you'd tell me later. So, just reminding you. I want to see what you think. You know. Is it my face? All right. Yeah. I'll try and remember to remind you. Yeah. Some girls are, they try to be sneaky. Some of them just try to be cool. But I put the kibosh on that shit pretty fast. Hey guys, I have nothing for the party in the other live I checked into, so I came back. Okay, right on, man. And salsa somewhat recently as well. Salsa's tasty. Yeah. They were just being miserable. Yeah. Yeah, I think I told Viola about the most recent one. We won't mention her name or anything like that, but it was the one girl that wanted to send me pictures and stuff, and I was like, no, we're not doing that shit. You know, that's put Chewy Chomp. Well, it's not. I think. Fuck, I don't know, dude. She's just boy crazy. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, she's way past the age where she should be acting like a 14-year-old girl. but she kind of is, you know. You know, like, I like him today. I like him today. But she kind of locked onto me for a minute. Yeah, she is kind of crazy. Anyway, I want no man. Yeah, they all say that. They all say that till the man shows up. And then, oh, good God, there's no stopping. You need to go outside. Is that what you want? I'll be right back. Hang out with my wife. Tell her how beautiful she is. Ah, my hand. Stupid ass. Okay, let's go outside. You'll be good. work is work. That's why I get paid the big bucks. Yeah. Yeah, Rihanna's a gangster. My hand has changed from a greenish to a yellow. So I think we are, yeah, the biggest of drinks. She's a lurper. I think my hand's healing a little bit. We'll see. I've got this little tiny protrusion here. And it is like a little tender. Yeah, Roxy's a little having a drink. It's Amazon delivering that wire, right, babe? Well, whatever. As long as it doesn't feel like this, you know. I can still. Today, okay, yes, today. I knew it was coming today. I was just kind of wondering when it's gonna get here, because I've gone through all my coils and tossed a few because they were not perfect, and no, she hasn't really. I think at one time she was sitting here on the couch for a minute or two, and she might have come in and said hi or something to whoever it was that was in here. But yeah, no, we haven't done like a live together or anything like that. I wouldn't mind doing that. It's not like I'm trying to keep the world from knowing I'm married or anything like that. It's like, oh shit, my wife's home. Let me end it. But I think that right, I think it was just Croc. I think people might actually find the way that we interact with each other pretty funny. Just because we've known each other. Oh, they were asking if Rihanna had ever stepped in on a live or whatever, and I said, I think she did for a minute, and said hi to whoever was in here. And I think it was Rihanna that said, I think it was only Croc. And I was like, oh, yeah, I think so. But I think, like I was saying, I think, because we've known each other for as long as we have, and we're comfortable with each other, and we can, banter and talk shit and not offend each other, and be whatever. People might actually think that it's whatever they might think, you know. I think we have a really good relationship, so. Um, the world famous Italian sausage marinara. Yes. Sounds delicious. Sausage. Yeah, Rihanna's pretty funny. She likes to talk shit. Yeah, we're pretty solid. We've been through a lot of shit, you know, over the years. Uh, you know, I've done some pretty stupid shit, and she's done some pretty stupid shit, and you know, we've grown past all that stuff, and we're different people, both of us. You know, there used to be a lot of drug use on both our parts, and you know, there's that. Oh, this coil, which I thought was flawless, is tainted. You little piece of shit. It's right in the middle, so there's nothing I can do about it. Getting all mushy up in here, guys. Yeah, put on your, strap up your boots. We're gonna be trudging through the bog of love. I don't know if this is enough to bother me. It might be. I'll, that day you got back from camp and you weren't home, and Rhea said she was pissed, scared me. I need to warn Adam. I only thought you were getting your ass kicked that day. Yeah, it obviously wasn't that big of an issue, so I'm not exactly sure what she was pissed about. Um, oh, yeah, that was when me and Jason, you know, we were gonna have practice, right? So I rushed home, you know, the 2 hour drive or whatever it is to get here to be out by noon in order to practice. And then, unbeknownst to me, the rest of the guys had texted while I was on the drive, but I didn't see any of that because I had my map and shit going because I didn't know where the hell I was going. And they had canceled. But Buck showed up. And we tried jamming. We ran through a couple of the songs. And we were like, yeah, we know the songs. And it's just not the same. You know, let's hope we know the songs. We're teaching everybody else the songs. You want to just go get something to eat. And so we ran up the road to this Mexican place and got some food. And then me and Buck just sat there and talked for a few hours, you know. And it ended up being that we stayed until after Rihanna got home, and she was just hoping that when she got home, I would be here, right? Because she misses me and all that shit. But, she basically is probably on her way home being like, I'm going to see Adam, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Yes. And then she gets here and I'm not here. And she's like, what the fuck? Bummer. And then she finds out that we went and got food too. Double whammy. So now she's like, uh, twice. So, you know, yeah, she's upset or whatever, but this isn't like, divorce, pissed, in trouble shit. This is just uh you know what you know I apologize. Been like, hey, I figured uh uh I didn't think we were going to be gone that long, you know and whatever. It really wasn't that big of a deal. Yeah, she was pissed that I wasn't home. Then she found out that we went and had Mexican food at like the restaurant that she loves. Yeah. Did we end up I think I don't remember what we had. To be honest with you, probably tacos twice. I really don't know. Uh, right. I specifically delayed the return to to make it sweeter. This drives me crazy. The wooden fish. I think I eventually broke that thing. Either it was broken on me or I broke the fish. I don't remember. I really don't remember. But the fish got broke. I remember that. I don't remember um, exactly what happened to the fish. Lola and the fish. Check us out. So this is the type of shit I trip over. We've got this coil, right? Oh, look at that. That just looks terrible. So, here's the coil. Come on, fucker. Looks pretty good. Now, look at that middle one. See where... Oh. Well, hello. You piece of shit. But everywhere else is fine. Dun, dun, dun. Ah! Ugly. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it cause a soft short. I could probably work it out. Yeah, initially it will, right? It's gonna jump, but I could probably work it out. What I'm more worried about is the difference in ohms. Because if I do a different wire with the exact same wires and wraps, you know, and that one happens to be perfect, it's going to have different. No, it's totally usable, completely and totally usable, right? Um, it's just little. There's literally nothing wrong with this coil. It's many people would be stoked on this, but that little mess up there drives me crazy. And I'm laughing because I know how dumb it is, right? I'm not like stupid. I'm not like that. I'm not insane. But little things like that drive me crazy. It's all right, babe. Don't worry about it. You're here now. That's all that matters. We were just talking about you and how beautiful you are. Yo, man from Italy. Yes. Italy's cool. Never been there, but I've got some friends from there. And they're cool guys. They're in a band. I met them when I was hired on, if you want to call it that, to play in another band. And we opened for them. And it was cool. They were cool. They were cool cats. In fact, I'm still, friends with them on Instagram and all that stuff. Yep, from the USA, Washington State. They came over here and did their American tour, and we played with them. And how we met them is the drummer of that band bought one of my friend's drum sets from his company. I have a friend that makes drum sets, and he has a company that makes drum sets, right? And the drummer from that band bought one of the drum sets, and that's how that relationship started. Oh, you're a drummer too? Right on. That's cool. How long you been playing, man? You in a band or you just jam? searching for a band. Um, well, hey man, if you're a good drummer, um, you won't have to look too hard. Um, Solid drummers are hard to find. So just buckle down and get good. You know what I'm saying? And you'll be in demand. You know. I don't think he has any intention on teaching us, CJ. I don't think. I don't even know if he knows. Could be all a big trick. What? How to make coils? Or are you even talking about me? What are you talking about? Here. Yeah, and not only practice every day, but learn how to practice to a metronome. How the coils actually work. How the coils work. Like, um, um, I can I can show you how they work. Um, Let me see. Let me look at this. All right, let me vape through this. What's in here? And I will clean this off. And let's see what I've got here. Got that guy. Do I have another one of those? I don't have another one of those. Oh, that's fine. So I got this guy. That's one. What's this? What's these? Yes, the suspense is killing you. Suspension. Okay. Just for you guys. Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll take these two right here, which I believe are the same. I will install this coil that bugs the shit out of me. How long have I been subbed? It's been a long wait. These coils are the same, so I can use these two. So let me vape through this shit. It shouldn't take too long. These coils just chug and burp the juice. Like, this thing it's full right now, but I could probably get it down in just a few hits here. just for you. Ooh, that gave me a head rush. It's getting vapory in here. Push the button. Vapors. So, you see the hole? Holes. Hi. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this or not. You kind of can. This side, maybe you'll be able to see it better. Oh, fuck this. On this side, you can see the two, what are called chimneys, that are underneath the coil. Right here, these two guys in here. So the air goes in here and it's forced up underneath the coil, and it hits the coil. Right, this is called a bottom airflow. Yeah, it's Kennedy. Yeah, this is a Kennedy. Good on you, man. That's cool that you know that. Is, that's pretty badass. Do you vape? A lot of people today, they don't even recognize this shit. Yeah, the air travels in, goes in here, goes up, hits the coil, you know, and makes the vapor, right? Like, increases the vapor, right? You push this, and it vaporizes, but as you're breathing through, it creates more vapor, and your breathing directs it up, and it's a what that's what you were that's what you wanted to see. I demand a refund. Oh, I'm gonna I'm gonna build the damn thing. It's work, but it's a labor of love. You know, like you can actually just buy coils that are made. You know, you can get online and buy pre-built coils. You don't have to make your own coils like I do. I actually enjoy it. So it's all part of it, you know. And what's cool is different wires, like this is 24 gauge, right? This is 28 gauge. This is 22 gauge. These are all pretty thick, right? But you can get thin wires, right? And different wires will bring out different nuances of the juice. Like this juice is PB&J by Monster Jam, okay? It's a peanut butter and strawberry jelly on buttered toast, okay? Now let's say, I'm just throwing out shit here. Let's say you made a 24 gauge wire, coil, right? You just did a simple coil, right? So you just took some wire, cut it like this, and then you took your wrap thing, right? And I'll use this to show you that there's actually instruments that you can buy that make it really, really easy. You can buy this. This is called the Coil Master, right? It's got a shaft on it, just like this has a shaft, right? And instead of holding the wire while you wrap, you know, like you take the wire and you hold it and then you wrap, what you can do is stick it through this hole, and then it comes through like that. Then you don't have to hold it, right? It just stays there ish. And what you can do is take this guy, which has a hole in it, and it's got two holes that you can put this screw through, right? And each of these holes are a different distance from this center hole, which will make the edge of the screw a different distance from this hole. So like if you're using a thicker wire, you know, you put it in this guy. If you're using a thinner wire, you put it in this guy, which will make it closer to the hole, right? And you take this thing and you stick this guy on to here like that, and then you just crush it down, and then you just turn it like this, and it just wraps the wire around. Wait, 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 wait. Wait, wait, wait. Right. And then you've made a coil. Now what I like to do is take it off, turn it around, and put it back on, and that straightens out this wire a little bit better. You know, you put it back on like this. And there you go. You've got your coil, right? With your two leads. So power is going to come in this side or come in this side, and then you stick it in something, you clamp it down, and let me use a little bit thinner wire here, cut off a little bit longer piece, so I can, you know, that wire is just thick as hell. So, a little clip. Take this guy, stick it through your hole, and I'll do it both ways. I'll use the instrument, and then I'll just use the regular coil wrapping thing to show you that it does the same thing. So you stick this, and you stick it through like this. Wait. See, it's wrapping. Pull it off. I like to flip it around and do this. Kind of mashes it up and makes it perfect. Another thing to make it more perfect is grab this end. And the reason you do that is because when you pull it through, you know, because it has to come through this hole and it gets kind of janky. See how there's this little space on this end here. See how it's not perfect? Those two wraps there are messed up. You know, what you can do is put it on here. Here, I'll flip it around. right? It's got those two little mess ups there. You can just pull it. Come on, bitch. Let me get rid of this stupid thing that keeps grabbing my hand. Alright, there we go. So you can grab this, give it a pull, it unwraps a little bit, grab this one, give it a pull, unwraps a little bit, and you've got your coil right here. Now, these are essentially the same thing, right? It will do the same thing as this thing. But this has multiple wires with different size wires in it. This is made with one wire, right? This is made with like 3 kinds of wire. And the reason that is because, just for example, this juice has, peanut butter, jam, butter, and toast in the flavor. And this wire might, bring out the jam, right? And not that much peanut butter, not that much toast, not that much butter, right? And this wire, which is thicker, might bring out the jam. And this other wire, which is like even thinner, whatever, might bring out the toast, but not the butter, So this all has to do with the rates that it heats up, how long it stays hot, whatever, right? So in order to build a coil that brings out all the flavors of a particular juice, you can mix wires and make a coil that has all of those wires in it. And you can basically make a coil for a specific juice. And it's kind of cool. And this all gets into the category of what's called flavor chasing. Like there's people that are cloud chasers, and they don't really give a shit. They vape stuff that's like 100% vegetable glycerin, and that juice doesn't really have that much flavor in it anyways, because of the vegetable glycerin. It doesn't bond to the flavors that are added to it. And then you've got other people that actually want to enjoy their juice and taste it. They're not looking for big clouds. So they chase flavor, right? And people that get into that can tailor their coils specifically for a special juice or specific juice. But people that chase clouds also do this also, because crazy builds put out insane amounts of vapor, So it's I don't know, it's if you've never heard of this stuff, it's just like, wow, that seems like a lot of work, that seems crazy. It's not a big fucking deal. Take wires, wrap them, put them together. It's really not that big of a deal. And if you enjoy that type of work, it's fun, Me being a tinkerer, I love geeking out on shit. Um, Again, sounds complicated. I'll stick my homemade cancer sticks. Yeah, sure. No, I get it. It's once you learn the stuff and you do it. Like when I was first hearing this shit, I was like, "What?" But once you do it and you experience it, you're like, "Oh, I it clicks and you get it." You know. Um, and it's really not that big of a deal. Let me go through this shit real quick. See what all I've lost. That can be. Okay. You can fix anything. You're speaking my language there. I can fix anything. Would rather spend the money on new shoes or something. Smoking is expensive. It can be. Okay, so let's take a look here. What was I gonna use? I was gonna use this guy and this guy. Right? Are they the ones? Yes. Right, so take this off. Take you off. You're the PEX pipe girl. No idea what PEX is. PEX is a type of plumbing. It's just the shit. If you're a plumber, it's super fast. It's like quick connects type shit. Like when I first saw PEX, it was like, where have you been? Okay, so what we're gonna do is remove the cotton out of this thing. So the cotton, right, is going through the coil, through the center of the coil. Like imagine, like this is the coil I'm using. You take a cotton piece, you roll it up, make it like you're, running a shoelace through something, and you just stick it through, bloop, like that. And then once it's in there, you bend it down into the well, right, on both sides. So that's what's happening. You've got the cotton going through the coil, and it's bent down into this, and that soaks the shit up, and it goes up into there on both sides, right? So imagine the coil is the cotton. That's what it's doing. And we're going to pull it up and out like this. Wait. Wait. And since I've disconnected the screws at the top, the whole thing's just going to come out like that. I'm going to toss it in here. And bowie. And you've got these two holes right here, right? And you can look down at the bottom, right? See how one of them has it's just connected to the base, the whole base. And then this one goes down into a shaft thing that goes over to the middle and touches the center pin. That's the positive. Okay. Let me rinse this off. That was cool that homeboy. No, it's not a filter. It's a wick. It's what uh, sucks the juice up into the cotton through capillary action. So let me do a little magic here. All right, what am I doing here? Let me do this. I'm going to bring you right up here, and I'm going to turn you all down, and maybe we can get a better view. See how clean I keep it up here? There we go. Got a few coils. Get rid of these guys. These are the ones I might be actually keeping. And we are going to use this as our building station. So clean I can almost see the table. Yeah, well. Hey, what's going on there? Semen of Creator. There we go. So, yeah, welcome back. Welcome back. So, you see the two holes here. That takes these guys like this. Right? Yeah, I'm guessing that's Homeboy's goal. You know, get a couple chuckles from the people that don't believe, but, you know, at the same time want to mock the thing that they claim is not there. Complete waste of time. And offend the people that do. Yeah. So pissed at God, I'm talking to no one. Because I say you're not there. The weirdest of behaviors. Some, you know, if it wasn't so accepted, it would be thought of as insane. And then we got this guy. There we go. Let's get into the camera here, right? Sure. So take that guy. Do some of this magic. There we go. And what I like to do is I like to pull the coil as close to the two things as possible, because we're going to end up having to stick this guy through and pull it back anyways to get these things tight, these dudes. And, you know, if you don't get it all the way close, when you go to pull it tight, it's going to end up like all the way out here, which will do nothing. So you want to grab these guys, right, and pull the damn thing real close. And, you know. Now, we take this thing, and this is one of the harder parts, is getting these guys to go through when there's already something in there. It can be a bitch. So you take that, and I'm sorry I'm in your way. You stake it through that batch, and you make sure you call it a batch. Pull this through again. And then you take your little toolage, you stick it through this guy right here, and just give it a little tighten. You left your vape out in the rain. Was it a disposable vape, or was it like a mod? Like, is it one of the ones that you just buy at the gas station, you use till it's empty, and then, you know, buy a new one? Or is it one of the ones that you gotta like replace the batteries and do builds on and all that other shit? And these things you can strip, but you want to get tight as shit. So now what you do, see how you got these little leads sticking out here? They're going to be in your freaking way. So you take something that cuts flush, right? See? Flushness, which is why I'm using basically toenail clippers. Are you behind in the chat there, Mr. Seaman? Because I asked you what kind of mod you had, or what kind of vape you had, the one that you left outside, and you're responding to old shit. You had braces twice. That's odd. I don't know. Maybe that's you know, a practice that needs to be done for someone that has extra messed up teeth. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. So, now what we do is we take this and we stick it in here. like this. We wiggle, wiggle. We get down into the bitch. I might have gotten too close. Time will tell. Okay. We are tight. Tight, 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 tight shit. Yeah, I've never built this on camera, so I might have to do some adjusting here. How embarrassing. Okay, so I'm gonna get you in here. Pull you out a touch. Okay. So, see how they're just springing back? Like I try and turn this guy, right? Try and go past where it's supposed to go, but it's going to want to go back, like laying like this, right? See how it's doing that? What I can do is turn this on. Oh, we want red. And pull this up a bit. See if we're clearing here. Okay. Oop. And that will fire these guys. And you can also take these things, which are ceramic tipped tweezers, and you can actually grab the coil and heat it while grabbing it, and the electricity won't pass through the coil, through the tweezers, and you can manipulate them while heating. a little bit of a hot spot right there. You can see where it's jumping. It's because I'm squeezing it on that side, but that'll work itself out. But now that these have been heated, they'll kind of stay where I put them a little bit better. Yeah, this one's super tight. I'm going to grab this thing, which has a slightly smaller hole. Let's see if I can pull it. Nope, better turn that off so it doesn't. See if I can pull it towards this way a little bit more. Yeah, this one is heating up quite a bit sooner. And you want your coils to heat from the center out. Do that action. Well, we got a little battery in this thing. I can replace batteries. It's about time. Be right back. Yeah, this thing, it's just not acting right. I'm going to do a different build. No big deal. I got other coils. I didn't really like it from the beginning. So, Let's try some Claptons. These are just regular Claptons. Man, it's hard to build when you can't see what the fuck you're doing. Got this camera in my way. Alright, so we're going to do this and do this. Take this guy, stick it through here. Tighten that on. Turn that off so I don't fucking burn myself. Bigfoot. The biggest of fate. Burb. Okay. Now, yeah, it takes a minute. So sometimes builds go a lot easier than others. That one, both of these were kind of a total bitch because neither of them had very much lead. I should have left more lead on both of them. So now we've got what's called cotton bacon. I normally just use cotton balls. You know, you have like the ball and you can like spin it and find where the end of the ball is, and then you can just unroll it and you end up with a strip of cotton. But what I do with these is I pull off this thick end of shit right here. Because it's kind of tough. It's like, I don't know, it's just kind of almost, yeah, it's cotton, but it's almost like a different material. I do that it's on both sides. And then take it like this. I start to roll it up on one end. Getting it really tight. This over here can just stay whatever. I mean, I'm rolling the shit out of this stuff to make it really small. And then I feed it through. But wait. And as I'm feeding it through, I remember which way I rolled this stuff, and I twist it and hold here. You don't want it to be too tight. If it gets too tight, you can pull it back. But if you get it too tight or too loose, it'll end up like popping when you're vaping. But Claptons, they tend to do that anyways. So if it pops, I'm not really gonna think that it's my wicking. I'm gonna think that it's the coil itself. Like fused Claptons, they don't really pop as much because the coil itself actually acts like a wick. So I can make it down into the bottom. Let's come down here, and we'll just snip that bitch off like about here. Come on, come on, come on. You flip a bitch. No, this is 100% cotton. It's Japanese cotton. This doesn't have any. I know what you're talking about, but This is 100% cotton. And when I buy my cotton balls, I make sure they're 100% cotton too. And believe me, you know immediately if you were vaping with any type of nylon or plastic mixed in with this stuff. I mean, you would taste it. Um, it would taste like absolute dog shit. Fecals. Okay, that's about as far as I want to go with that. I take that. And you go like this. And you snap a bitch. And you come over here and you snap a bitch. Okay. Then, what you do is you take this guy, you just go bloop. Actually, after you find the damn thing, you pull it up a little bit because you want to put the bottom in first, right? I'll just start on this side, fuck it. Since it's out of camera. You pull it up like this, and you stuff it down into the shits. Now, some people, they just take the thing, they stick it down in there because, you know, it's gonna wick and it will work and whatever. But me being super anal about absolutely everything, um, I just, this is how I do it. And I take this guy, oh, it's not quite skinny enough, but I open this up. Get that out of the way. And the first time you wick this thing up, they are thirsty bitches. They take a lot of juice. Surprisingly. Like you could fill up this whole, what is called a juice well, which is, you know, that deep, you know, many times. Cape. Now, I normally start up here with a couple little blobs. And then I'll come around this guy just for shits and giggles. Same over here. Some more giggles. And fill up this side right here. a little bit. And this side a little bit. And then we just go right into the middle. And we can go more. It's all the way full. I can see it all soaking up. All the way full again. You can see the wicks are starting to change color. Another thing you can do to kind of speed this process up is now, since I started with getting these things wet up here, is I can do a little bit of this, and the heat will suck the juice up into the wicks. Okay, looks like we are about as full as we can get. Doesn't look like it's sucking up anymore. So let's see. Vapors. There's cigarettes that have 100% cotton filters. There's also cigarettes that have, fiberglass filters. It's, I'll take the cotton. If you keep your wicks wet, they can't burn. Like, the amount of heat that you would need for we are super full, for a wet cotton wick to like burst into flames, you wouldn't even want this damn thing near your face. Okay. Now, they always taste a little, you can always taste the cotton a little bit. It's not that, it doesn't taste like plastic. It doesn't taste like, it tastes like taking a piece of cotton and putting it in your mouth. So, you can taste the juice and all that shit, but it's like juice plus, So, it just takes a couple hits for the juice to fully get into the wick. And I could have just sat here and just done this, on the coil master until it was fully saturated. But, a lot of times we don't wait. We like to get to our hits. And whatever. So, let's see how this does. Oh, shit. This is a new build, and it didn't ask me if this was a new build, which this this device is supposed to do. Because it's intelligent. So, I'll show you that. You know, you push this, there's nothing on it. It says check atomizer, right? Sucking through it to cool off the coils, because a heated coil is going to give a different reading. I could explain why, but it will. Just know that's all you need to know. So, sucking through it, cool them off, and screw this in, it makes contact, and it says, hey, is this a new, eh? So, what I do is I push up for yes, and it automatically will select the watts that is, ideal for this type of build. Gosh, they're just making things so easy for us. And I don't go with it. I could, because there's nothing wrong with that, because it's only drawing, well, wow. There we go. That's more like it. So it wanted me to be puffing this at 65. I got it down to 45. Yeah, it's great. It's cool. This is more peanut butter on this one. And you're a dog. Yeah, a lot more peanut butter. And it's thick. It's thick peanut butter. I like it. Alright. Let me see what y'all were saying. Your lead was too short to begin with. Way too short. Yeah, that's I know. Just jump on a boat and come here. You'll get them cheap. Or free if you don't work. She can stay in Canada with me, closer than Scotland. Wow, that's crazy. Even with insurance here, they still cost over $3,000. Jumps the line for appointments. So you're trying to steal my wife. That's it. I knew it. That's why you followed me. Coils has less home. Heats up slower. Blah blah blah. Come to Canada. She's not an illegal boat person. I'm just trying to help. Yes. Okay, I occasionally looked up and saw some of this stuff. I'm dying in Mount Vernon. We'd never leave. Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I heard about that. How they're keeping people like out of the woods because of climate change and all that other shit. Uh, yeah. People need to stand up and be like, it's all a fucking lie. It's not true. It isn't true. You know, I can get into it. Um, Earth is only returning to homeostasis. That's what's happening. You know, we had an ice age, right? I say, remember that, but none of us were there, right? And the ice caps are melting because they used to not fucking be there, you know? You know, and you know the ice age was caused by the flood. They've they know this. It was in the 90s anyway. They've shown us. It was pretty cool. You know, Roxy smells peanut butter. Mmm, yes. I wonder if she said you're a cat. No, she knows that word. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Rihanna would be taken care of. Yeah, she knows the CAT word and the KITTY word very much. So, like so much that she'll jump up on the couch and start looking out the window for them. There's certain words we can't say because it puts her into frantic search, panic mode. Every 6 months for tightening. Huh. That sounds spacious. I've heard good and bad things about the free healthcare stuff. You know, there's some people that are like, "Oh yeah, universal free healthcare. Yeah, we need that. It's a must." And then other people are like, "It's fucking terrible." You know, I've watched people die. You know, like they scheduled me out months, so we went to America and got worked on that day. Yeah, I know it's a kind of on an individual basis. Hey, go lay down. Go lay down. No, go lay down. Down. Hey, I just told you to lay down. Get your toy. Bring it here. Get your toy and bring it here. Bring it here. Toy, come. Toy, come. See, I tell her to bring a toy, and she's like, no. We'll fucking play with it right here. What I think about that whole, immigration stuff, right? How they're offering this, offering that, free this, free that, blah, 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 to the migrants. Here's the thing. I think they've got everybody focused on the wrong groups. Like here in America, it's like all the migrants, and then all they talk about is like the Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? They've been doing that forever. Big fucking deal. They come here and they do stuff. But this whole money stuff, paying for everything that they got and blah, 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 that used to not be a thing. Right? So, they're gearing up to make whoever's coming comfortable, right? That's a government effort, right? And the focus is being put on this one group, right? And when I don't think they're the problem. I'll just stop there. But it is a group coming here, right? But it's not Mexican people. It's a particular group whose, religion says that their purpose is to invade the world and take over and kill everyone that doesn't think like them. That's who I think the real problem is. But the powers that be are keeping us focused on the wrong people, and I ultimately think it's because they're in cahoots. Well, right. Well, it has to do with their worldview, cahoots. Cahoots is like, they're working together secretively. Right. And it's because of, the spirit behind it all that drives it all. Yeah, that's kind of a trip that you can be there for a number of generations and they're still kind of treating you like you're not Canadian. See, where here, there's people that use our situation in America for that. Um, like, there's people that have what are called anchor babies. You know, like you say you're from another country and you're pregnant, right? You're about to have a baby, and baby's coming out. Oh my God, run across the border. You step on American soil, baby comes out. It's an American. No ifs, ands, or buts. It's an American. It was born here. Huh, okay. Well, we'll see ya, Viola. So it's an American. And not only that, they can't send you back to your country now because you have a baby here to take care of. That's American. And people take advantage of that. I've heard through the grapevine that they're going to try and get rid of that stuff. I don't know how true it is because people are just saying stuff now. I haven't looked at the law, whatever. But we can't really trust the news. I mean, it's already been proven that a lot of the stuff that came out when Trump was trying to become president, that, the news that like opposed him was using, pictures and all kinds of stuff to paint him as a bad person. Some of the pictures are like 15 years old. Like they'd have some image of like some kid crying behind, like a fence or whatever. And, oh my God, separating children from their parents. It's like, this is like, you know, somebody would do like some research and actually find that kid's face, behind the fence, in the actual picture blown up. And it's like, no wonder they zoomed in so close, because it's actually from a newspaper printing from when someone else was president and that's what he was doing. And, whatever, a couple people left, but, and I'm not saying that because I'm like, Trump's a shit and I love him and, he cannot ever do any bad type shit. I'm just saying people lied about him. That's the truth. Like I recently was watching this one video where there was like this interview or something that was done with Howard Stern, and they were asking him, this is years ago, right? And they were asking him if, like, somebody like with his power and stuff could get young girls, right? And he was like, yeah, of course. And they were like, so, like, how young? Like 24, 20, 25 or whatever. I can't remember exactly how it went. He was like, oh yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. And, Howard Stern's kind of he's a tool. He's a tool. You know, he's willing to do whatever it takes to be, to stay in where he is. And then somebody asked something like, well, is there like a limit with how young you'll go? And he was like, well, yeah, it's not like I'm going to go around after 12-year-olds or something like that. And for whatever reason, like, people started like talking about how Trump wanted to be with 12-year-olds, even though he was saying the exact opposite. It was and you could see like the posts, because the person who was showing this video was showing what people were saying because of this interview where he said one thing and right. And if you this wasn't that, right? That was an entirely different situation. But I know what you're talking about. But what he said in that instance is also true. He was basically saying that, yeah, there's women that'll just let you do that. If you're a billionaire, they'll just let you do it. And I know that it's true. I know it's true. Because I'm not a billionaire. I was just in this band. And I believe it's because we're created to worship, right? And when you don't worship God, you're going to worship something, right? And whether it's money, sex, whatever, think of something. Sure, you can worship that. And we're created to worship, right? And being on a stage does something to people, right? And they see you up on the stage, they see everybody looking at you, and they automatically think that you are more than what you are. You're no longer just a dude. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, like, even just being that, girls can get stupid over that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying that because I know it to be true. I couldn't imagine what it would be like if I was like a billionaire. Not like I'm kind of rich and I can buy whatever I want. Like, yeah, I've got a nice truck, super nice house, jet skis, whatever the fuck I want. But like, I've got stupid money. Fuck you money. You know what I'm saying? Couldn't even imagine. I mean, it'd probably be like a problem. Like, not like I would have a problem, I probably would have back in the day. You know what I'm saying? But like it would be annoying. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I was a billionaire, it's no wonder that these guys have to like have entourages and shit. You know, it's like you got the dude, you got the 12 guys that surround him to beat these fuckers off of them. You know what I'm saying? And you can't just do normal things anymore. You know what I'm saying? You can't hang out with like normal people anymore, right? Except for maybe your family, right? You gotta like hang out with people that like get it, you know, other, rich, crazy rich people that hang out at like secret places and shit that aren't accessible by the public. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, it would just be nonsense constantly. And that's probably where, you run into the guys that are like, you think this is special. I've got a spot that you can do anything. You know, give me a call. Bring a million. These untouchable, untouchable people. And the fact that we even know about these people, the fact that we know about Trump, we know about Elon, we know about these millionaires, they're not even like, yeah, sure, they're crazy rich, but they're not like the crazy, crazy, crazy rich guys. We don't hear about them. Calm down, Rock Dog. You're okay. So, have you seen your son come in here and comment anything, or is he just watch and not talk? Or is he just Oh no, I'm talking about like, the families. There's like who are all satanic, right? Like you can find pictures of these people. Oh, okay, okay. Um, you can find some pictures of these guys doing like their seances and their masquerade parties and all this crazy stuff. You know, a bunch of like super, super rich people, like in their, you know, massive houses, throwing parties, and like they're all like wearing like goat heads and, you know, like literal animal heads that are, you know, let me see if I can find some pictures of this shit. That's one. You know, anybody that knows what they're looking at knows that these guys are, they're invoking spirits when they do these things. Right. Um, they bought into it. But, it's, there's an exchange that's done. You know, like it talks about in the Bible where Jesus was tempted by Satan, right? He's like, you know, fall down and worship me. Hey, what's up, Fulio? And I'll give you, you know, all the kingdoms of the world, right? And Jesus wasn't like, that bullshit, you can't do that, right? He didn't tell him he didn't have that capability. He knew that he could, you know. Oh man, I forgot to clean my cap. It's all brown in there. I got my wick brown. I'll be right back. It's not time yet, baby girl. You would want to eat like all day long, and you just turn into a sausage. I'm still kind of blown away that, what was his name? Leonardo? I don't know, whatever it was. Yeah, the Italian guy knew this was a Kennedy. Like, nobody has it. Like, it used to be, almost 10 years ago, people knew what they were looking at, because it was cool and, whatever. But now, nobody online knows what the fuck this shit is. Be right back, chat disappear. Huh. Okay. Jump up. Okay. You're a dog. Okay? You're a dog. You need to calm down. How am I doing? I'm doing alright, man. I'm waiting for some mail. Been waiting all damn day. But other than that, things are good. I'm off this week. So, homeboy went on vacation. So, I don't have shit to do. Everything's taken care of. Except for the dishes. So I can go over there and do the dishes if I want to. But, I don't. Not right now. As long as I get them done before Brianna gets home. Which will take no time. Fuck it. I'll do them. You convinced me. We'll see what's going on here. It's not like I'm doing the dishes, right? I just gotta rinse things off and put them in that thing that does the dishes. What's funny is we had this party we were gonna have, right? A bunch of people coming over and shit. And we bought all these plastic plates, so we didn't have to use our shit outside. And they're like the only plates we use anymore. I like them. So, I can't read the chat right now, but how you been, Julio? You rocking out, doing a bunch of cool shit. I'll get to the comments in a minute. So. Jeff Hahn gave me shot me a text earlier. We're gonna communicate a little bit more a little bit later. It's gonna be about a little bit of jamming. We'll see how that works out. I might be going down there. They might be coming up here. We'll just have to see what happens. I think I'm not afraid to drive down there. I don't. It's not. Won't be a big deal. I'm afraid or whatever. It wouldn't bother me. But I think they'd probably have more fun if they drove up here because we can play loud as shit. And I think John might enjoy plugging into an amp that he can actually crank the shit out of, So, well, alright, simple enough, huh? Get the shit out of our life. Okay, what's going on here? Getting used to working days. So jealous. That'd be cool. Yeah, gee. Well, jealous of what? That I'm washing dishes. My ear itches, man. Don't be jealous. Just make your kid do it. Be like, hey, it's life skill 30. Oh, that I have a dishwasher. Yeah, well, it's a piece of shit, and it leaks. Sometimes it's kind of temperamental, so I'm gonna have to replace it at some point, and I'm sure my wife will be stoked about that. Hey, you're a dog. Come here. Yeah, I'm not 100% on where the leak's coming from, to be honest with you. I've looked at the seal. I've tried to look and see if I can access the filter. It's like in some, I don't know. I just gotta look up the model and be like, where's the damn filter on it? I haven't done that yet. Which I can do right now. Why don't we do that together? I'm gonna go look up what it actually is. And look up the damn shit. Right. That could be it. Oh shit, sorry y'all. Bam, Adam, just scrolling through. Where's Lord at? He might be in here. You know what I'm saying? He might be having it on and just doing something else. I don't know. It's been a minute since he said something, I think. Yeah, for a minute it was just the girls. Yeah, and Rihanna. No, he said something a little while ago. So what are you up to, Wolf? Blow under sink hose that is connected to the discharge outlet to make sure it doesn't have shit in it. No, yeah, no, I do this stuff when I install them. I'm just trying to see where the filter is on this particular model, because if I'm going to do that, it's Oh, what are you gonna eat, man? For dinner. Alright, well, take care, man. Hey, stop being a baby. Do you want outside? You want to go outside? Huh? Outside? Or what time is it? It's not. No, it's not time for dinner. So you need to quit crying for that. You can hear the pump. The clog is in the discharge. You think so? Huh. Well, I'll get under the sink and look for that. Um, it's not. Let me take a look. Hey. Well, if it was in the hose, it's not anymore because it's got flow. We'll see. You're a dog. The tube from the washer to drain is really small, clogs really easily blow. And every 3 months, along with cleaning your filter inside the machine. Yeah. I haven't got to the filter inside. I was just, I don't think it's ever been cleaned, to be honest with you. So, we normally, absolutely clean the dishes before they ever even make it into the dishwasher. Um, yeah, I don't think it ever has. I haven't done it, and I doubt my mom ever did it when she lived here. Maybe she did. She was pretty handy, you know. But I just don't know. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, I think at some point Rihanna put like one of those machine cleaning things inside of it. I don't know. You'd have to ask her. But you know, who knows how well that works? You know what I'm saying? To me, it's kind of like I could see somebody coming up with something that works really, really well, and all right, man. I could also see somebody coming up with something that's just more shit, and it just adds to the problem, you know, like temporary fix maybe, you know, like knocks a pee hole through, you know, whatever. So, um, thing's full of dishes right now, so um, I'll do some investigating on that once it's empty. I already looked for the filter once because um, it the video that I watched was on how to access them. Yeah, no, I get it. Like, I would have to remove the filter and clean it very well. Believe me, I would make the filter look brand new. Um, like the guy that I help, he has me, if there's any cleaning to do or anything like that, um, he has me do any of that shit because I don't mind. I kind of like doing that stuff, but um, just my attention to detail and thoroughness and my perfection craziness side. Um, yeah, I mean, I would get it absolutely clean. So. I wouldn't half-ass that.
Stop it. Ouch.
I'm gonna see if something came. what I was expecting. Yes. Oh man.
Oh, that's a big stretch.
Almost. It's almost time. Yeah. Yeah. You want a snack? Go. Go. Okay. Make myself a little drink. Yep, Mama's home soon too. Yes. That is right. Until we collect bottles. Mm-hmm. It's a blender I bought Rihanna. Got some frozen watermelon here. Make a watermelon slushy, I guess. What's going on here? Why? Because this isn't down. Is that part of the deal? Maybe? Yeah.
enough. I'm guessing so, huh? Looks like I've just made watermelon ice cream. Jeez. A lot of milk is no kidding, man. I don't know if it's gonna fit. Ooh. Magic. No, nobody taught me. Growing up, I wasn't allowed to touch anything. Everything was my mom's. You stay away from that. In fact, when I finally started, I'm not even getting into it. gonna need more milk.
Well, huh? Okay, let's see. I put it in the fridge because it's totally full of shit. Yeah, see, this is why I just have her do it, have all the shit in the kitchen. If I do anything in there, it just pisses her off, and that ends up just fucking me up in ways that I don't want to talk about. Being having people get upset with me over bullshit that I'm doing in the kitchen. So I just avoid the whole fucking thing. Normally. away from that. That's not the puppy dogs. Yes, all the kisses. I didn't think anybody was judging me. You know. Yeah, you're always down to have me help you grate the cheese. And I appreciate that. It's William, what do you want, pretty girl? What? What? Yeah, I'm glad too. It sucks when you you leave at 7 or whatever it is, and you don't get home till 9. You know, it's a bummer. No, I just no, I don't think anybody's judging me in any way. You know. And even if anyone was, there's an explanation for my behavior in a kitchen. It's a long story. Yeah. But yeah, still waiting for these damn things to show up. Yes, Lola. Lola and the fish. Yeah, she was my mom and I miss her and, I love her and all that stuff. But she was just a crazy person. there's a lot of stuff that I've got going on that Rihanna has to deal with because of all of that. So, and I'm sure I drive her crazy with all of that shit. No. Well, we'll see. You know, they've been early. I don't think they've ever been late. You know, but we'll just have to see. Thank you. All this thing is going to be burls. Should have added like some honey or something to it. It tastes fine, but you know, when you add milk to it, it kind of cuts the sweetness. Thank you. Welky. Kind of cuts the sweetness of the watermelon a bit. So we need to convince Viola V to move from Scotland so she can hang out with us longer. This is bullshit. She always has to leave early because she's so damn far in the future. Okay. That's possible. That's possible. I remember the last time I had one, it cleaned me out pretty good. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm hoping for just as much magic. Used food. Yeah, they sell vomit and poop. It's just what we kind of call it. It's a grocery store, right? Like you go there and get all kinds of groceries, anything really. But it's everything there is just so cheap, and that you'd swear that it's used, right? But what's crazy is they sell like all the same shit that's sold everywhere else. And it's like, how come this can be this price when at the other place, like for example, you can go to like, you know, the Pinky Out co-op that we have here, and like they have like gallons of milk there that are like $14, $12. I don't remember when it was the most expensive it was. You know, I swear we saw one there for like $17 once for like a gallon of milk. You can go to the grocery outlet and get that same milk for like $4. Yeah, it pretty much is, you know. And there's a few things that we really like to get there. So, babe, if you're going there, pick up some of those gummy things. Not the gummy things, but like you know what I'm talking about. Like the chili mango things. And get some more of that mango stuff. It's not candy. Well, I guess you can call it a candy, you know, but it's not like, you know, just sugar, you know. The other rim is touching my nose. Yeah, they're like dried, it's like dried fruit in balls. And they're covered in something that seasoning. Some of them are like ginger, some of them are like, you know, Mexican seasonings, whatever you want to call it, you know, chili and whatever. Kind of like chili mango stuff, you know, like the dried mangoes, and you know, it's got like the shit on it, chili powder, yeah. But it's not mangoes. I mean, you can get mango, right? They have that there, but whoa, what I'm talking about is something that's different. They're just kick ass. They're awesome. We go there and get a lot of like snacky stuff. Well, if she gets it, I will. I'll show y'all and be like, yeah, this is what I like to munch on. Delicious. They're good. And they can't. They have to be like healthy too, because like the serving size is like ridiculous. You know, like you look at like a bag of chips or something like that. You know, bag of chips is like this big, and it's like serving size 4 chips. You know, nobody eats that. You know, this would be like the bag's like this big, and it'll be like serving size 25. You know, in order to get, you know, whatever. It's like half the bag, you know, and you know. Constantly crying, constantly whining. Oh my God, it's the worst ever. Don't leave the house much. Yeah, me and Brianna don't really either. We used to all the time. You know. Yeah. Yeah, some chips are. She's come across these one chips that are great. In fact, baby, if you find them, pick some pick some up. She's found these chips that have become like my favorite chips. They're made of chicken. The chips are, and they're chicken and egg whites is what the chip is made of, and they're like keto chips, right? For people that have like the keto diet and they want to stay away from whatever. Um, Now, there's a lot of keto food out there that just tastes like shit. Um, these are like not only good, they're like, when I tried them, I was like, oh shit, these have to be my favorite now. They're really good. They're awesome. Chicken chips. You want outside? Huh? We can go out back. Okay? Let me finish this damn thing. Then we'll go outside. Okay? Sure. I'll be right back. Okay. Chicken chaps. All right, let's go out back. You ready? Let's go. So excite. Big excite. All right, let's put on those jokers. Okay, baby. Well, do you think? Oh shit, I'm missing a phone call. Who called? That'd be my wife. Actually, had a couple things go on here. Let me see what's happening. 1 second here. I found this. Is that responsible vaping? I'm back. Had to respond to a text. Okay. Alright, I just got a message from YouTube saying that people are loving my videos. I just hit 500 hours of watch time. Sure. And it's really nice out right now. This is tolerable in the shade. Very rarely. In some places, you can. Yeah. You tip me over the edge. Very seldom do you see like heat waves here, like where you're looking off through like a distance and like, you know, it's like doing that weird shit. That's kind of crazy. I mean, I've definitely seen it, but it doesn't get that hot that often unless you're in the right environment. What are you doing, pretty girl? Huh? You come up here? Do you want to sit up here? You want to jump up? There you go. Sit with Daddy. You're whacking me with your tail. You can lay down. Why don't you sit and lay down? Come on. You're fine. Okay? There's nothing up. No, just lay down. Be a good girl. Okay? Well, it was cool that Jem stopped by earlier. I know it's been a minute, but that's cool you got to meet her. You did, right? When Jem's came in. She's a person whose lives I watch. She's a trip, She like as you can see, her name's Jem's the clown, right? So often she will get home from whatever she's doing, and then just do like clown makeup on herself. Right, yeah, that type of heat wave, where you can see it, and it kind of looks like you're looking through, I guess, water, or something. It just kind of has that effect. What I'm saying is you don't really see that here that often. You can. Oh, you got dropped from the channel. Huh. Hmm.
So this is the backyard. Kind of goes around the corner. You can't really see it because the roses and that little bush thing is in the way. No, I mean, you can see it here, you know what I'm saying, but you got to be like in the right environment. Um, you know, it's just, there has to be like enough distance to be able to see it. Like, you'd probably see it if you're standing next to a big field or something, but like, on a hot day, I could probably see it if I was trying to look across the field across the street, you know. See it there. But let me take you on a little walk and check it out. I need to mow the lawn. The roses are about to go through their second little push here. Like these guys, they're done. So, but you know, it's starting to get new stuff down there. We'll see if it makes more. You can see this one over here has gotten its next set of buds. And this morning glory, ah man, we can't keep it away. That's it. I can't stand this stuff. It's just a menace. And you can't get rid of it. It just you cannot get rid of it. I mean, you can keep it down a little bit, but you're kind of just wasting your time. There's this rose bush here. It needs to be deadheaded too. But I don't remember if this one deadheads quite as easy. Yeah, it's okay. Ouch. But let me set this down. Yeah, I might actually try that. My nectarine tree actually has nectarines on it this year. And quite a few for such a dinky little guy. I know you can't see them all, but they're in there. Yeah, I love nectarines. They're probably my favorite stone fruit. This is an apple tree. This is the one I was telling you that's grafted. So it's like, you know, there's the stalk, right? And then, you know, each one of the branches that come off of it is its own type of tree. So they all, each side produces different apples. Let's see if we can actually see inside over here. You know, you can kind of tell by the different bark and the lichens that grow on it. Like over here, we got different bark than that one, and yeah, I've looked up like when the nectarines are supposed to be done in Washington, you know, Western Washington, and I don't remember, so I got to look it up again. But it's not for a while. Come on, Rock Dog. You gonna go? Go. Okay. 86%. That's not bad at all. I think I'm gonna set you down over here so I can sit on the frickin' couch. That hurt my hand. Damn. October. Yeah, I think that probably makes sense. Let me look it up. Let's find out. When to harvest nectarines in the Pacific Northwest? July through late September. That's quite the window. Oh man, I ain't keeping him on his toes. Would she say something I'm not seeing? Hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, just looking at the what I have going on out there, I'm guessing probably September, October, just because they're tiny, but they're growing pretty fast. But this will be the first year that I've actually gotten fruit on it. I got fruit, I think it was last year, but they just like fell off. Like before they even really turned into anything, you know, they were like this big, you know, tiny little balls. And I was like, oh shit, I'm getting fruit. That's, you know, it's not supposed to happen until like year 3 or year 4. And I went out there a couple days later and they're all gone, you know. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if something came and ate them or if they fell or what, you know. But it doesn't seem like anything's messing with those. Um, um, we'll just have to see, you know. I'm sure I'll be able to look at them and be like, okay, these are done, you know. But it's good to have a ballpark, you know, because I can recognize ripe fruit, you know. I mean, I pick it out when I'm in the store, you know. Apples, yeah. Yeah, there's a couple varieties of apples that come off that tree, but I haven't gotten to actually eat any ripe ones yet. Not since I was younger, and definitely not since I've moved back into this house and had Roxy, because she climbs the tree and pulls them out of the tree because she sees them. She thinks they're a ball and just wants to get up there and grab it, pull it down, and then she'll bring it up to me and want me to throw it, and you know. So I haven't had any apples off it yet. Gosh. I want those things to come in the mail though, darn it. Well, it is right at the beginning of the time when they could possibly be showing up. That's what I ordered was wire, so I can make some new coils, and I'm probably going to pull the coils out of this thing. It's not really vaping the way I want it to. I mean, it's all right, but that's all it is. It's all right. So I want better. Need to get a fuse Clapton in there. It's just a superior build to a Clapton. But and I like making them. But even though you can actually order, fuse Clapton coils. Sure. It's kind of funny. These don't look like fused Claptons, but whatever. Must be Claptoned around a ribbon wire or something like that. This comes down with 3 millimeter. Look at this, they even sell them on Amazon. Now they're pre-made. You can buy them like in this little tin. So you can use common coil holder. Yeah, no, they're already made. And it's kind of weird that they're calling these things fused Claptons because it's not that's not what these are exactly. From my understanding. There's also this right here. This is alien wire. So it's this is like
a big spool of a basically a coil that hasn't been coiled yet. I'm not gonna buy this shit. I'm gonna keep making my own stainless steel Claptons. What the fuck is this? Okay, so these are called staggered fused Claptons. So maybe that is right. Maybe what I've been building is staggered fused. So here, I'll flip you around. See, the ones that I make are like this. Which makes sense that it's a staggered fused. It's just that I've heard that what I was making was called fused fused Claptons. Right? So you make a Clapton coil and another Clapton coil, and then you fuse them together. Fuse Claptons. Right? That makes sense to me. But what they were showing as what is actually a fused Clapton is you just take multiple wires and you Clapton that all together and you're fusing the multiple wires. I don't know. It doesn't... Yeah, did you see her up on the couch? She might have heard something. But... And what's funny is they're advertising this as a wire for cutting foam, right? I'm guessing so they can sell it to people that are underage. You know what I'm saying? Like, here's a picture here. It's, yeah, look, we cut some foam. And you totally could, because it's made out of a wire that you can heat, right? Right, I mean, that's what this does. This device heats up this wire, right? And in fact, if I were to, take a wire and make it all super huge and screw it down in there, I could push this button and melt foam or whatever. Yeah, I could do that. I'm sure there's some device out there that's made for cutting foam and it's got like a metal wire in it. Because that is a really good way to cut foam, is use a wire instead of a razor blade. It makes really clean cuts. But that kind of trips me out, that they're taking this, they're just advertising it as that. Wow. Yeah, you wouldn't want to get these wires anyways. They're super thick. Super thick.
Stainless steel Clapton wire for cutting foam, hot heating, handmade, household. No, they're just lying. Stuff's expensive though. 15 feet of nichrome Clapton wire for $15. That's $1 a foot. Wow, man. Almost makes me want to like make wire and like just sell it. I can make a foot of wire in like 30 seconds. That's like $2 a minute. It's like $120 an hour. And if I were to build a machine that did all that, because they have machines and they're janky as machines. Like you can go and buy like these little, it's like a drill, that is like in a square box. You set it on the table and you set the wire inside of it, right? And then it has this thing that holds the spool on the top, right? And then you take the wire and you feed it down in here, and as it spins, the wire gets wrapped around the other wire, and then it just kind of poops out the other side. You know what I'm saying? And this little machine just kind of crawls up the damn thing as it's wrapping. And they're kind of it's a janky plastic piece of garbage. I know I could build something that'd be better than that. And I could probably build something that would be building 20 wires at the same time. And you could be making theoretically $20 a minute. That's $1,200 an hour. Believe it or not, I've made that kind of money before. But I wasn't doing good stuff. 17, 2000, Oh yeah, I can make a killer device, one that I just never even had to check on, and I just would have to refill, just buy spools that had like 1,000 feet. It'd be cheaper to buy it like that. you know, rather than, you know, you wouldn't want to buy like, you know, a spool 25 feet, you know, let it run for 25 minutes and back in there. And, you know, I'd want it to run all day, you know. Something to think about. You're a dog. You're a dog. Can't make a better cut than a hot wire. Yeah, and it also melts it, you know, and so it's you know, all the like the fluff and stuff that comes up, you know, like say you got like a really nice knife and you go all the way through your foam and you cut and stuff, you still get the little, you know, you can get the crumbles and stuff. You know, that wouldn't happen with a hot knife or wire, you know. Huh. There's gotta be a way. Shit. You know, if I would have been into this, if I would have had this idea, like in 2005, I'd be a millionaire. That's just all there is to it. It's a stupid money idea, because eventually, vaping turned into like a huge industry, right? Where people, you know, everyone was building coils and stuff like that. That was how you did it, you know. Now nobody's doing it. Everybody uses these disposable shits, you know, and it's really kind of messed up, you know, because, you know, I even posted a video about this. It's these things, these geek bars, right? They, you know, they got all the lights and the colors, and the latest ones, the sides light up too, you know. And what adult really gives a shit about that? I don't know, maybe some girls, you know. I don't know. I'm not a girl. I don't care. You know. I like it that it has like your hit counter and it tells you how much batteries left and whatever. But the, you know, the blinky lights and all that stupid shit, for me that's just catering to kids, you know. But they taste weird. they're harsh, and in the video that I posted, I actually took one of these things apart, right? And like I say in the video, it was kind of a bitch to get into. But I got into it, and I took the whole thing apart, you know, completely. And nobody knows what kind of juice is in it, right? Like, I know what juice is in mine. You know, this is American-made juice. You know, I know what kind of metal is being used in my coil, you know, because I bought the metal and I made the coil, right? The mouthpiece, the shaft that comes from your coil and goes up to here is made of fiberglass, right? That's, let's just trust that they got all the fibers sealed up, right? But, so, mystery juice, mystery metal, all kinds of mysteries, and it's made in a country that really doesn't like us, right? This Chinese garbage, right? It's harsh, super throaty, and this really tripped me out. When I got it all apart, I got a little bit of the juice on my finger, so I licked it off my fingers like I can do with this stuff, right? Because, you know, if you go to a vape shop that's cool, they'll pull out one of these things that's 0 milligram and they'll just let you taste it. They'll be like, here, you know, before you buy it, see if you like the taste, right? So I got some of the juice in my fingers and I licked it off just because it was there, and I've been licking vape juice for years. It totally numbed my lips, my tongue. You know, it was like I put Coke in my mouth. You know, it numbed the shit out of me. And oh, here, for whatever reason, I'm not getting your messages. Let's see where the last one was. That's a good idea. Okay. So anxious, man. Stupid, eh? Uber disposal. Yeah, gross. What's that crap disposable? Yeah, right. So, that tripped me out, you know, and I didn't know. It's like, okay, if that stuff didn't have the numbing shit in it, how much more would it hurt your insides? You know, would you puff it and just be like, fuck, you know? But you get it's got that numbing additive. It's got to be an additive, you know. And it's strong, you know. And it wasn't like I was, you know, dumped it in my hand and was like, did that shit. You know, it was just just on my tip of my tongue, and, you know, and it all the way out here, you know, I was numb. Yeah, I can imagine. It's shit. You know, these are shit. And that's why I started vaping like this again. It was like, well, fuck, I'm vaping. I've already got all the stuff. All I need to do is just go to the vape store and buy juice. You know, through this convenience stuff. You know, I've got wire, I've got tanks and RDAs, and I've got the batteries. I have literally everything. All I need to do is just go buy juice. So that's what I did. And it's just better, you know. And sure, if you smoke cigarettes, you know, you're gonna like, you know, the first couple times you hit it, you're gonna cough a little bit. You just will, you know, because a vapor's gonna go into your lungs and it's gonna feel like it's expanding. You know, it's gonna be weird, you know. But you know, like my wife, she's gotten back into vaping a little bit, and when she was first hitting it, she'd be like, you know, now she can hit them again, you know, fine, no problems. Huh. Your dog. Oh. Get over here. Come on, over here. Ouch. Your damn nails. Lay down. Lay down. There we go. You just can't even stand it. Oh. So crazy. Dog, oh, you just. What will you ever do? Yeah. I don't know. I suggest, you know, vape in the old school way. You know, that's just throwing it out there. Get rid of the cigarettes. You know, don't really pay attention to all the vape scare. You know, yeah, I think this is garbage. And I think anybody that might actually be getting sick from vaping and all that shit, I think this is responsible. But, you know, all that, you know, like back in the day, before these things came out and everybody was vaping all this stuff, there was advertisements that were coming out. There was all kinds of bad talk, you know, ooh, vape, don't do that. Scientists say this and blah, blah, blah. And you look at who did the studies and who funded the studies. It was all, every time, it was Philip Morris. You know what I'm saying? You think, like, the world's largest tobacco industry really cares about? No. It's because they were worried that, at that point especially, that this was going to take over. People were stopping smoking, and they were switching, you know. So what do? They did what always worked. They scare people, you know. Right. Quitting would be ideal. That would be ideal. But since we know we're not going to do that, right, this allows us to continue taking nicotine. And unlike the pouches and all that other shit, dip, any of that other shit, since we're creatures of habit, this allows us to continue part of the rituals that we are accustomed to. You know, the bringing something to the mouth, the breathing in, the exhaling. You know, sure, you lose, you know, the packing the pack, and, you know, maybe if you're into that, flipping the lucky and all the stupid shit that people do, you know, with their cigarettes. I never flipped the lucky or anything like that. I'd see people do that shit, but I never did. But there's things that people do, right? And with this, you don't get that. But you still have this shit, you know. And you don't get that when you just put a pouch in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? You'll put a pouch in your mouth and be like, my hands are empty. Which is great, you know. It's just something that we do, you know. But I've quit smoking. I've quit, and I'm still, what the fuck is going on here? That's why they removed mint cigarettes from the Canadian market. Instead we got vapes. You know, I've heard one theory as to why they got rid of menthols. One theory as to why they got rid of menthols. Okay, you know, they talk about, you know, it's because flavors are enticing and all this other crap and whatever. But here in America, there are some places where menthols are banned. Right. You can get them here in Washington. You know, you can get them in other places. But the places you can't get them are places that have a high black population. So people are like, huh. No, the Nashville Hot was, I mean, they're fine, but they're, I like the barbecue and the, the chicken sauce type shit. I forget, it's escaping me. Buffalo. Damn it. Alright, we'll just get a couple barbecues. And don't forget those gummy things, whatever they are. And look for the mango you like. And don't sacrifice and just get, well, maybe these will be good too. If you don't find the right ones, don't get them. Cape. Drive safe, baby. They only have the mango balls. Well, you can grab some mango balls too if you want. Yeah, mango balls are good. Okay, baby. I'm guessing you got milk. Are you watching me inside the store? Duh. Yes. Okay. That's funny. That's what Jeff Hahn had been doing too. Like he'd go out shopping and play our practice while he was okay. He would okay, bye. She don't care. Yeah, well, see, they're liars. Um, yeah, yeah. It's like let's ban the menthol cigarettes, right? Because it's going to make kids want to vape. I mean, make kids want to smoke. But what we can do is bring in this Chinese bullshit with a bunch of blinking lights and different colors and different sweet candy flavors. You know, who the fuck likes menthol anyway? You know, I think menthol cigarettes are gross. To be honest with you, I can't get down with them. I think they're gross. But you know, but like I was saying, here, they're banned in areas that have a very high black population. Legal everywhere else. But, you know, it seems like somebody that, you know, sits some kind of chair was like, yeah, seems like these black people really like menthols. Let's take that away. You know, it has nothing to do with kids. Right. You know. So hard drugs are legal up there. Do you guys have like needle exchange programs or like programs where they give away crack pipes or needles, you know, because it's safer. You know, it prevents disease. You know, like I don't know. It's weird, you know. But you know, then again, we you know, to me it makes sense. It makes perfect sense because it doesn't make sense, you know, and we know the spirit behind these things. Right. Yeah. You can't do that everywhere up here. Um, you can do that up here in stores where their headquarters are in California and their rules are supposed to, you know, like all their facilities have to follow the same rules. You know what I'm saying? But like other places, you know, like the people can actually stop the people from stealing and shit like that. Like, and I only know this because Rihanna worked at a store where, you know, their headquarters was in California. That's where they started. And, okay, they look like Portland. That's too bad. But, you know, when she got hired there, she had to go through all the classes to teach her how to not behave. And it was like, if somebody's stealing, basically let them, here you can follow them around in the store and continually offer them help. Can I help you find something? Can I help you find something? Is there anything you need? But you can't stop them from doing what they're doing, and once the person is trying to leave, you can't pass this threshold, right? If you pass like this imaginary line, you lose your job, right? And there was also like these classes that she had to watch that talked about how, you can't call people sir or can't call people ma'am or whatever, because you don't know what gender they are by looking at them, and just all this crazy stupid ass shit. And and it's just because that company, the owners, they live in Cuckoo Town down in California, Not that all of California is like that, but there's the majority of it, has lost their mind. Their compass doesn't point north anymore. Yeah, that's totally stupid. What I think is kind of crazy, right, is you got the people that pass the laws, right, and they feel free to pass all these laws because they fly in private jets. They have chauffeurs that they pick. You know what I'm saying? So they're making all these laws that don't actually affect them. You know what I'm saying? They're not flying. They're never going to fly in a plane or be a passenger in a plane where the pilot was chosen not because he was the best pilot, but because that that person believed he was a girl. That's why he got to become a pilot. Or maybe that airliner needed more black people, because some new quota that came up that was being enforced on them, so they needed to rush out and hire a bunch of black people, and they could not pick the people that were the best for the job, right? So it's crazy, but that's what bothers me about it, is the people that are making the laws, they'll never have to deal with this shit, they squawk all this shit at us and then go and get in their private jet, And what's kind of funny is the people in the population. Hey, what's going on, Jake? The people in the population that are like squawking for it, because their heads twisted. They're never going to be in a jet either. They're never going to. They don't have the fucking money to take trips or go fly anywhere because they live victim mentality. You know what I'm saying? How's it going, Jake? We're talking about stupid stuff that's happening up in Canada and here. Yeah. It's classes are mandatory too.
Like, I've got this nephew. He was going to college, and he was forced to take these classes that were, trying to basically make him believe crazy. And the person teaching it was totally off her rocker. And he was like, huh. When I lived in Everett, we had a broken motorhome decided to start living on our street. They got called on pretty fast. But every person parked on the street also got parking tickets. Huh. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like you've got like squatters' rights now, which blows my mind. That absolutely blows my mind that someone can break into your house, right? And be like, mine. And when you try and like kick them out, you get in trouble. Like my neighbor, he almost dealt with that shit. And what was going on was this dude, Joe, he bought this, what is essentially a duplex. It's a 2-story house, but like there's a house upstairs and there's a house downstairs, right? It'd like be essentially the same as my house if my upstairs also had a kitchen. You know what I'm saying? And he moved in his cousin downstairs, and they were doing a month-to-month thing because it was temporary. Like, this was the decision from the beginning. Like, I've got this girlfriend, she's pregnant, we're eventually going to be moving into this place. We're doing month to month with you because you're going to be gone and we're going to take over the house. Well, when it came time for homeboy to get kicked out, he started threatening his own cousin with squatters' rights, And what's crazy is at one point, like when this all started going down, I got told about all this shit later when he was gone, right? But like a U-Haul showed up, right? And I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know if Joe was leaving. I didn't know if Dude was leaving. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't go over there and be like, hey, what's up, But the U-Haul stayed over there for probably 2 or 3 weeks, because he was just dragging it out, Huh. Yeah. That's crazy. That's something that makes me like really not want to get involved in any of that stuff. Because yeah, it's crappy boy Carolyn. um, not boy.
Yeah. You know, there's things in life that happen that can test our limits, you know, and it's just part of life, you know. What do? You know, there's really not much you can do other than just be like, all right, you know, this is happening. I can either lose my shit over this, or I can not lose my shit over this.
You just get to talk. I gotta thumb this phone. I get you, man. No worries. I can't really be, you know, my hand's fucked up right now, man. It's changed from purple to yellow. We're rocking yellow now. You can kind of see it a little bit of yellow. You can really see it when I bring this one up. The difference. It's like, and it's tender. Like by the end of last jam session, I mean, I was like trying to play the stuff, and it was pretty brutal. In fact, I told the guys, I was like, look guys, I don't want to sound like a bitch, but we're done, you know. It's like an elderly person. Well, you know, if you would have been in the basements live, you would have heard the rumor that was starting that it was a fisting accident, where I can't remember who started saying the shit. It was one of the mods or something like that. Somebody in the chat, I can't remember, but then Jeff just started rolling with it, started singing a song. It was pretty funny, dude. But what I was doing was I had this cat's claw up above my head, right? And we were doing some demo, and tearing this wall down, and the wall had two boards sandwiched together, right? And I'm trying to stick it in between here, pull up the one board. Did you hear that too, Rock Dog? Let's take a look. Hold on. So, I was, the old starts everything. Yeah, she's a shit talker. She's funny, dude. But there was two boards like this. I was trying to stick the cat's claw in like this, and, you know, do the side shit, you know. But it wouldn't go in, right? Because they were just bound. So, like, I'm hitting it, it's not doing anything. So I reposition, and I just go for it, right? And I completely missed the cat, and I just completely hit like only my hand. I didn't like nick the cat, and
have it bounce off, and like just only hand, and it was like a getting after it swing, and I just smashed the dog shit out of my hand, and it was okay for the rest of the day, and but you know, by the time I left, it was starting to really bug me. That night when I got home, it was really starting to kill me. The next day, it was like, ooh, I messed this thing up yesterday. Like, to the point where, like, by the time I was going to sleep, I couldn't, like, pick my juice up. You know what I'm saying? And, like, doing something like this, that was crazy. And the next morning, it was worse. So I called homeboy and I was like, hey, I'm coming, but I'm gonna be a piece of shit, you know. And he's like, whatever, you know. So I get there and I'm just one hand and everything, you know. And I don't know, a couple days go by, and the day before practice, I get out there and I play a little bit of bass and stuff, and I'm playing fine. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be able to jam tomorrow. And what ends up happening is I got this AC unit out there, right? And I'm worried that it might be full of water. You know, 'cause I had this other unit that I was using out there that filled up with water like that, and I had to drain it. And I was like, I haven't drained this thing yet, right? And it's been running like every time we've been out here all summer. You know, so it's got to be full. So I take it down and I bring it outside. I open up the drain, like nothing comes out. It's just this little piss, you know. So hi baby.
Oh.
Okay, I put it back on. 1 second. I lifted it back up, and that's when I messed my hand up. I'll be right back. Here you go, baby. Let me know.
Oh, shit, it's hot.
It is one.
It's at over 90.
Really?
Can you close that please? I'm clean this fucking table off. This is getting ridiculous. Again.
You're a dog.
Ooh. Money? Or is it big check?
Jake says hi. Everybody says hi, and they love you.
Hi. Oh, God. I'll put it all away. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks. I'll help you. Yeah, I just need to do that. Just get a hose. That's the right size. Stick it in there and just run it right through the wall. Don't touch it.
All the meat can go in the fridge. Except for the chicken. It's going right into the...
Hot dog, you calm down. What now? Yeah.
creamer, cinnamon roll flavored. A little bit with the cinnamon roll already. I need to feed my starter before it dies.
Feed your starter.
Starter. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do with the discard.
Ask Bill.
I was gonna ask Amy how she does it.
Ask Amy.
Yeah. She's been doing it for a long time. She's got some good looking bread that she makes on Instagram and TikTok. Does her videos. You know, she's on Wegovy. She's lost over 100 pounds.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, good for her. Did you get those chicken chips?
I got chicken chips. I got meat sticks. So the spicy ones are yours. The Land Jaeger, spicy Land Jaeger, those are yours.
Okay.
Back there.
Those are yours.
Where are they?
What?
The Land Jaeger, the spicy
I
ones.
got 'em right here.
Oh, okay. Thought maybe I just forgot to put them in the bag or something. Oh God, I'm exhausted. It is so damn hot out.
Okay.
Super good.
Spicy.
Spicy. I'm gonna put these in the cab.
Show these guys this shit.
Okay, check it out. It's, you don't get to see it. Oh, it's not house. Alright, Jake. You're probably gone though.
Put that away. Spent 160 bucks and got all that. Isn't that crazy? How much I got? That's a lot of stuff.
How much?
I spent 160 and saved 116.
Oh, right on. Yeah. So these are the
Have you
chips.
fed her?
Yes. So these are the chips that are made of chicken. Okay? They're made of chicken breast and egg whites and chicken bone broth. Okay? Now, these are, they're crazy. Of course. I know I should expect nothing less. Oop, there we go. But look, they're chips.
You're so good.
I mean, they're chips. Here, baby,
What?
have a chip.
Thank you. Oh, just one.
Here's some mango balls. So
Yeah, those are good.
these are mango balls.
Mango bam. Sorry.
I don't know what's going on with these messages, man. I gotta keep doing this shit. Why you ask? She's checked in 2 times to make sure the list, meaning the chicken chips. Really doing awesome. Not the mangoes. They're good. Believe me. I mean, they look kind of like they look weird. You know, if you just.
I love you.
I love you too. That was a really quick kiss, so you don't have to get jealous over that. No, Mom's going to lay down. Oh, you don't like mango? Huh. Was it the mango that you had? Because mango's good.
Points.
Mango's way good. Way. Let's see what it all is. Ingredients. Dried mango. Mm-hmm. I already gave her a hug. You missed it. I will when she gets out of the bathroom. These chips are good, right? But they like taste better as you eat them. It's like the flavor builds in your mouth and you like taste them more. Sorry, Rock Dog. You're very pretty. Yeah, they're really great. This is what they're called. Wild protein chips. Maybe you can, find them online and order them. And, probably get more selection than what we're getting at the store that we're going to. Now I need to test this thing out, which is gonna make Waxy shit the bed. I just know it. As soon as I open this thing. I can let you see how she acts. She's already sniffing it, and it's not even open. Ish. There we go. What's that smell like, Roxy? Mm-hmm. These messages, I'm like continually having to go back. I think I've got this little settings thing on the bottom left here. I have to click it. Some settings come up, and it's like select top messages or all messages, right? And I have to like click one, then click the other one, and then it like refreshes the messages, and a bunch of new shit comes up. It's stupid. You know, when things are labeled spicy, yeah, all messages. Like, that's what it's on right now. Mm. Hmm. Hold on, I'll be right back.
snack? I'll give you a little snack, okay? Here you go. Hey, my baby. You are a pretty girl. What is this shit? Okay.
Sorry about that. I noticed Brianna had a noticed Brianna was in the shower, so I was like, "Yeah, time to do the two birds one shower thing." So, look at me, Roxy. I'm a brand new dog. Yeah.
Shut up, Roxy.
Oh, man. So, you're a dog. What do you want? You want dinner? Okay. Yeah. What's up, Lorenzo, man? You're here. So you know what the Kennedy was. That's pretty badass. The Kennedy.
My birthday's Monday.
Is it?
Ouch. I just gave her a snack. Literally. Just like 4 minutes ago.
No, you're a liar.
You liar, Roxy. You little liar.
See, that's what she does. You know, she gets a snack from mom, and then she'll come over here, sneak, and talk under her voice. Go, nuzzling, nudging me, check if mom's looking. She come back, start doing this again with her head.
Oh, I see.
Roxy, no. You need to just go lay down. You've gotten everything that you need. Okay?
I need my phone. I need to ask Amy.
So, you said that you vape, Lorenzo. What do you vape on, man?
I have no idea what I'm doing. Is it supposed to separate like this? Question mark.
She sounds happy and satisfied. My wife. Yeah, she's a happy girl. You know, she has me as a husband. You know, how could that? Magic. No, I'm not that stupid. You still here, Lorenzo?
Feeding your sourdough.
Just wondering what you vape on, man. Like, what's your favorite juice? What kind of a device do you got? You know. Last time you were here, it impressed a few people in here that you knew what you were talking about when it came to the old school stuff. You know, a lot of people, they got no idea when it comes to this stuff. Wires, coil, ohms. Just a pod. Okay. Like something like this. Like a disposable or something. You have a Represso 200. She really does look sweet. Yeah, Rihanna's she's a happy person, you know. She wasn't always like that, you know. She used to always kind of be loud and kind of no, it's okay if you don't know anything, you know. There's a lot of people, you know, that just don't know. That's cool that you're interested in learning. You know, I appreciate curious minds. You know, I also have a curious mind. I like to learn things about things that I'll never use. Okay, ready. Disposable type stuff. You know, I vape these for a little while. You know, like I bought them and used them for a couple months maybe. But you can check out one of my videos where I took this thing apart. Not this
Oh, he
one.
must be Canadian. He said process.
Huh, that's funny. But
Trust the process.
trust the process. Trust the process, eh?
When I worked for Nadia at the flower shop, she always would call me and be like, "Hey, you want to come process some flowers for me?" That was loud at her. Process?
But I took one of these things apart, and I didn't like what I discovered. Let's just put it that way. And I already had all this gear, you know, so I really just needed to buy juice to get back into it. You know, I had all the wire and all that shit, so. Oh, okay. Yeah, she has a genuine laugh. You know, like it's I like her laugh too. It's real. You know. So you can, it's not disposable, but you can't remove the coil. Huh. It's kind of a trip. You'd think it would get buildup over time, you know, because if you've vaped with these types of things, you know that eventually they turn to, you know, something you don't really want to vape on. Is the coil replaceable? Like you might not be able to build a coil, but you can like unscrew it and put a new coil in there. I don't know. Let me look up the key and see what's going on. I mean, shit. Okay. Oh shit. The Kiwi's Italian. Okay. Maybe it's the Ferrari of the vape world, huh? Okay. I see. No, it looks. This is kind of what it's like right here. It looks like there's different kinds, you know, but you got what looks like your battery, right? Damn it. You got what looks like your battery, and then your removable thing that has probably your coil and your juice inside of it. And there's also this kind too. Damn it. Yeah, it looks more like that.
Oh, gotcha. I see what I've been doing wrong.
Yeah, you probably gotta
Woo, shit.
buy the
Smells like
pods
you-
and shit.
Smells like. I need to feed it.
But the fact that it's Italian kind of seems better, you know. Probably has Italian juice in it, you know, as opposed to these things where, you know, I doubt China is like importing Chinese, American juice to put in. You have the Spark one without the power bank. Spaghetti flavored chip. Hey, you know, That might be good. As long as it was. I mean, they have a. I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say. Yeah, they have a savory juices. You know, they got all kinds of shit. Why not make a kick-ass? You know, why don't they make food? Vape juice. You know, like what are you vaping? T-bone. You know. Fried chicken. You know. Steak and eggs. Chicken and waffles. So yeah, fuck it, spaghetti. Lasagna, you know, tiramisu. You know, that has to exist already. Somebody's probably tried to make tiramisu, but they probably fucked it up. You know. Hey, what's up, dude? Quit crying at me. You're fine. Mom already fed you. You're working on me because you're a liar. Okay? Oh shit, man.
Roxy,
321.
what the fuck do you want?
328, man.
You want us to go lay down, don't you?
Yeah, that's so you're 6 hours ahead. No, you're 9 hours ahead. Damn. Well.
Some videos. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Okay, we'll do that, baby. Okay. Well, you know, Lorenzo, I'd suggest, you know, checking out the band sometimes. You know, I'm in a band. I play music, but you're way in the future, man. And I think the only practice you're going to be able to catch would probably be this Sunday. So practice starts at my time at let me see real quick. Yeah, you're 9 hours ahead, man. So, so here this Sunday, we're going to be practicing at 1 p.m., which would make it 10 p.m. for you. Right. That's doable. Right. But that's going to be our last practice at that time. We're going to be switching from Sundays to Thursday. And we're going to start practicing at this time on Thursday, because that's when everybody gets off work. Right. And so it's going to be, 3 a.m. in the morning for you. And that's, I mean, if you it's possible, right? But I don't really expect anybody to stay up till 3 to watch me and the boys, unless they're kind of crazy or got nothing to do. They don't work. I don't know. I don't expect it. So this Sunday will be, a different story. It'll be kind of easy. 10 o'clock is like, I just got done. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's right. You're a drummer. So you like music. Yeah, we got like the full band except for a singer. They're hard to find. So we got 2 guitar players, me, I play bass, and a drummer. So you'd be able to watch the drummer and be like, oh, he's awesome. Or, oh, that guy sucks. So, who knows? Who knows what you'll think. So. You should check out this band. Okay? I'm friends with these guys. Let me see if I can search them up. Okay. They're called, let me flip this around. They're called, damn it. Come on. North of Somewhere. Okay. These guys are from Italy. They're cool dudes. Ah, shit. Oh, Chad Smith drum kit. Okay, that's cool, man. Now these guys, they don't write any music that's anything like ours. Like my band, we write like doom, stoner type music, even though none of us smoke weed. Okay? We all have. In fact, some of us used to smoke a lot, but none of us do anymore. But these guys write like hits. You know what I'm saying? These guys they write like
radio friendly music. And everyone in the band is like they're really good at what they do. Let's see if I can pull up something real quick. Give you an idea. Like here's Ricky. Oh, this is the whole damn band. Really rough recording. You like to smoke weed? Okay. Well, if you smoke weed, get stoned, okay, and then listen to our music, because our music you're supposed to listen to while you're stoned. Okay, it's that's why it's called stoner rock, stoner metal. Yeah, blues rock band. That that pretty much encapsulates it. They sing in English. But they're cool. They're cool guys, and they're from Italy. You know, just throwing it out there. Whatever. You know, check them out. Don't check them out. Doesn't do anything for me if you do check them out or not. So they're just some guys I know. You know, we opened up for them in 2022 when they did their U.S. tour. That's how I met them. They're supposed to be coming back at some point. When they come back, we'll probably hang out again, just because, whatever, you know. But yeah, so this Sunday, 10 o'clock, your time, Lorenzo. Get good and baked, and yeah, you might enjoy the music. It's heavy stuff. Not crazy heavy, but you know, I don't know, it's jamming stuff. Some of these guys in the chat have heard the stuff.
Be cool to see you, man. Our stuff is not really blues heavy. It's kind of like I don't know how to describe it. Let me pull up something that might kind of sound like us. Actually, what I'll do is I'll just pull up a little recording of our shit. Yeah, but our band, it doesn't have a name yet. We just started. You know, we been getting no name yet. Just we just brand new band. You know, the last band I was in for close to 20 years. But this band is a brand new project, and we haven't decided on a name yet.
For quality roofing
Come on,
that's built to last.
No, come on. So, we're thinking, you know, we got the wheels turning about what we're gonna go with. But, you know, once you pick a name, that's it, you know, and you know, it's a big decision. So there's been a few suggestions, but you know, yeah. So we'll just have to see. Oh yeah, no problem. Sorry, I just saw your message there, CJ. You know, sometimes it's easier to just show somebody what I'm trying to say. You know, I'm one of those people that can get long-winded about shit and make things overly complicated. You know, somebody can be like, "Hey, what time is it?" You know, and then I end up just like building them a clock. You know. So. So,
Are you doing okay, Roxy? You doing okay? Huh? You're very pretty. Yes. You want to come over here? Come here. You're okay. You come over here and lay down. There we go. Oh, you're okay. Come here. There you go. Oh, that's nice. But I think I'm gonna hop off here, y'all. But I don't know if my wires come here in a timely manner. Maybe I'll hop back on and build a couple coils. But if not, I will be building some tomorrow. And I'm gonna build a bunch because I'm gonna have a bunch of brand new. Trash car's pulled in and my day is done. Nice. So, you know, I just ordered a bunch of new wire, and I've been kind of, you know, up until now, I've been just dealing with like little, what was left, you know, and it'll be nice to get, you know, a fresh batch of new wire, and you know, be able to really build some nice coils. And I'm even getting some wire that I've never worked with before, some 40 gauge, some really thin stuff. So we'll see how that goes. I might be able to figure out a way to incorporate that into the builds. We'll see. Right down. You're a dog. But, But yeah, like I was saying, I think I'm gonna hop off here. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. I will see y'all tomorrow. Yeah, you too, CJ. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. You know, maybe I won't, but, you know, we'll see. Time will tell, I guess. And thank you, Lorenzo, for stopping by. You know, that's cool. It's cool that you stopped by, man. If you haven't, subscribe, and you know, keep showing up, man. You know, I start my lives early enough that it won't be crazy for you to swing through. So, yeah, man. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.